All right. So this is part two of building InfinityFlow, um, which is, excuse me, which is a project I'm working on that allows you to take, well, it's a drag and drop workflow editor um, that I'm building in C Sharp, and it generates temporal workflows using the temporal.NET SDK. And yeah, so we'll be building this together, and then it will be ready for use. So I urge everyone to check out the website here. I'll paste it in the chat. Paste it in the chat. Oh, look at this. It wants me to log in. Isn't that special? All right. So that's going to take a second. I was wondering why I wasn't seeing any of the chat stuff at all. Now I understand why, which is all right. So I put that in the YouTube chat and sign into Twitch inside of Streamlabs. Always something. There's always something in this streaming stuff. You know, I really wish I had the time to kind of redesign this whole thing. Maybe I just don't understand it, but I feel like it's just been just a hard experience trying to do this. And maybe it's my fault because I didn't read the docs, right? RTFM, right? But yeah, so I feel like it should be easier. And I don't have a video editing background, but I just feel like conceptually the whole thing is wrong. I don't know. More on that. I should probably gather my thoughts on that. But anyway, InfinityFlow is why we're here, not to redesign and recreate and reimagine the whole streaming platform stuff. All right. Anyway, so where we left off. All right, so I did this is kind of like just a little toy here I did here. Let's see, where, oh, I forgot to turn off my notifications. All right, how do I turn off notifications? Yeah, okay. All right, anyway, let's focus on the task at hand here. All right, so think I need to zoom in a little bit. Okay. All right, so we're here, and I made a serverless workflow. Uh, this is just like one I took from one of the samples here. Wow, this is kind of blurry. Let's see. Why is this in auto? Why is the quality 360p? No way. No way. Sorry, folks. Let's see. Is this in 360p? I mean, if it is, it wouldn't make sense. Is this in auto? Why is the quality? Oh, it's gonna. It's auto. Oh, no. Okay, good. All right, and it is readable. It is readable. I think maybe 133. Let's see. Is this waiting to see? Oh, I guess I could just use a monitor, right? Yeah, I think that's perfect. All right. Oh, that's done with. Yeah, so InfinityFlow. Sign up for the waiting list, and we'll go from there. Now, I wonder if like people can see in the chats. Like, I totally am wondering here, like if I could see the chats or whatever. I don't know. Don't know. Wow. Yeah. Now I understand why people have producers, so that way the people doing this, like mad props to those people who do this by themselves without any support staff or anything like that. This stuff is really hard to focus and not get caught up in what you're trying to do behind the scenes to make the show happen. I guess that's producing. I don't know. I do not know. All right, so I'll just let's see. I do not know. All right, so I'll just, oh wow. All right, now let's get started. So we have this. We've got this dummy serverless workflow, and this is from serverless workflow .io, and so here and here, and this is just a simple one here. I encourage you to go check out the site and read the spec, etc. So my objective, I want to take this and look at that, I have bad stuff there. I want to take this and turn this into a temporal workflow in C# using their newly GA temporal.net SDK. So how am I going to do this, right? Well, I'm not going to concatenate strings. I'm going to use something called Roslyn. That's the compiler platform for .NET. Now, kind of just put together a little proof of concept kind of thing, and basically it's just like a test harness app that reads from the this projects folder here, the serverless workflow project, and I want to generate the code within that. So the way this works is it finds all the files, reads it, and this is just quick and dirty. This is not production ready. So I have this stuff I made here where we generate the source code and added an attribute to it that contains the hash of the input file that was used. That's the SHA-256 of this workflow here. And that's so in the future, I know I could tie it back to a specific source. Later on down the road, it's going to just be a git commit hash or whatever, something like that. Not there yet. Then I'm using the serverless workflow SDK that parses and writes and allows you to traverse the graph of the workflow. So you got this reader, and then you've got this nice model that you can work with for a definition. So start by building a namespace. So this is all Roslyn. I used a static using here for Syntax Factory. So new namespace declaration for workflow name and underscore workflow. So workflow name, this would actually correspond to, let's do this. It would actually correspond to this right here. And I kind of wish I was using VS Code right now because of the built-in terminal, but you know, you live and you learn. So this is gonna see if I can just run this here. Maybe that will work. And all right, so now let's see if I got this set up. Oh yeah, haha. All right, so I did set that up last time. So I've got this terminal here, and I'm just gonna run it. I had some breakpoints set, and you'll see it's actually doing some stuff. So we emitted a bunch of code here. Zoom in a little. There's our hash, and this attribute that I have here, this workflow metadata attribute, where it's the name of the workflow, the hash of the input serverless workflow JSON. Then I just made this is just proof of concept, a workflow base class here, and I made this name of the workflow an acceptable allowed member name, and I appended the word workflow to it because why not, right? Workflow. And then like I overrode this this run method that I had here, and I had a class. What I did is each one of the actions in the serverless workflow spec, each one of these actions is a class, and they have their own run method and stuff like that. So you instantiate it, and this is just like really contrived. So you just in the workflow, you're doing this, and you're doing this the second one, and you'll see like in the workflow specification here, we've got this send email and send email to make sure they really get it kind of a deal. And yeah, so anyway, so that's kind of what this does. But now we're going to make it real. So we're going to mosey on over to the Temporal SDK site. And what I'm going to do is, I think next time I'm just going to share my desktop. I think that's what I'm actually going to do, instead of like all these transitions with these windows and stuff like that. So anyway, next time. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through this process together. I think really the better thing perhaps is to probably just take one of their samples and just like copy paste it, right? That would probably be a better move here. But yeah, I think that's what I'm going to do is I'm just going to take one of them, because this is like really long. This is like long, and really long. So anywho, let's see, where are the samples? I think it was like another repository, maybe. It was like, let's look at the repositories here. Samples. Samples.net. And let's see what we get here. So let's just do a simple one. So I do want to ultimately end up with a generic host worker. So maybe that's the thing to do. I don't know. Let's take a look here. Sample shows. I don't think this is what I want. I don't need the web stuff here. I just want the generic host. Generic control client, build Oh, okay, yeah. So this basically exposes as an API. I don't need this. Um, that exposes it, so it calls execute, and then that will go over to your worker, I guess here. Yeah, host builder. So add hosted temporal workflow, client namespace. Okie dokie. Yeah, let's check out some of these other samples. Encryption, mutex, polling, schedules, worker specific task queue, worker versioning. Yeah, you know, let's just do activity simple. Yeah, that's what we're doing. All right. Let's see, my activities, program CS. Yep, let's see. So program CS, we're just gonna take this here and we're gonna copy paste this here. You don't need to see the browser for now. So let's go ahead and let's go to our program CS. All right, so I'm gonna leave this here for right now, but I'm gonna comment this out. And we're gonna just do this. And I need to add these nuggets. Oh no, somebody should fix this. Somebody should put like a temporal logo there. All right. Do I have source mapping set up? Yes, I do. And install. Now I really probably should have looked at the what these packages are for. Support for SDK metrics, hotel, client dependency injection. Yes, I think I need this. And generic worker host support. So I guess I really am going over here for a second here. So this is Wings workflow. This is like a lot. I mean, the team did a really great job with this stuff. All right. I don't need this activity sample. And sure. I'm gonna leave that and I'm gonna fix that later. Switch args, worker workflow. Yes, I think we're gonna have to probably run 2 copies of this or something. All right, not a problem. So we have run worker async. Oh my, why are we cancel key press? But there's, all right, I don't know. Something like this smells a little fishy, but I don't know. We shall see. So our token source. All right, yeah. So now let's actually go and see their workflow here. So I'm gonna just delete these old ones that I got going on, and workflow metadata, action metadata. So let me fix this. I still am gonna want this because I'm going to need to annotate these things because I'm going to need to be able to figure out what the stuff is programmatically. All right, so we're going to do so this is our actual, where is this even coming? Okay, is this, all right, so we got this. I'm going to comment that out. All right, so we've got a couple things going on. So this is actually in the wrong place. So this has to actually go here because this is the target, right? Serverless Workflows project. This is where we're going to actually generate the code here. So we're going to actually generate it all here, and take this and put that there. And yes, and I'm going to move these NuGet packages over. And I'm going to forgot my item group. So used to the key bindings from VS Code, the auto format stuff. All right, so this is here. So this is, I have to restore now. Restore NuGet. One thing I did miss is Temporal, like actually using Temporal, like the server. So we're going to use Temporal Lite for this. So we're going to go Temporal, and it's actually not Temporal Lite anymore. It's the Temporal CLI. And, and I don't think it's tcuddle either. I think that maybe they just left it like that. No, this isn't the one. This is not the one I'm looking for. When upgrading from tcuddle Temporal CLI, yeah, this is the one we want. All right, let's see if there's a hard way or an easy way. Install. Yeah, let's. Let me get this terminal going on here, and I know it's blank. I know it's blank. It'll pop up in a second, and all right. Please work, please work. All right, good. Now I'm just like not going to close this one. And I'm just going to load this up in WSL. Yes, please run stuff directly from the internet. Yes, 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 yes. Yeah, no. Is that in my path? No. I hate when like people do stuff like this. They put in some random thing versus like, you know, something standard like .local or something like that. Oh, excuse me 1 second. I'm coming down with a cold. I gotta get a box of tissues. Ugh. All right. And I think there's actually dir. All right. So let's just remove this. All right, and then what we'll do is we'll do, gosh, I forgot how to do this. I think it's, I think I have to do like C or something. I know I have to like pass args to it, so this is a dir. That's how they do it. Yeah. All right, so it's just the hyphen. So I have to do that, and then I think that's what I have to do. So I think this means come from std in. And then dir is it's hyphen hyphen dir, and this will be yeah, so local bin. Yeah, no, it's got to be because we want to pass it to the thing. Nope. So, gosh, I do not remember. Um, yeah, wow, I forgot maybe it's this. So no, that's being passed to sh. So is it this? Do 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 do. Please hold. Um, how do you like pass it to it? So K3S does something real similar um, with this stuff here. Okay, here it is. So I just copied their stuff. So it's sh minus s, and then we do this single, and then this. Hey, hey, look at that. What is it called? Oh, look at that. It put it inside of a directory there. Um, so like that's real weird. So just gonna put it in local, which will put it in bin. All right, and for those following along at home, put this in the chat. Yeah, okay. Um, all right, so this temporal CLI stuff, what this allows us to do here is we could just do temporal server start dev, and now we've got a temporal going on here, right? So I forget where it puts it, but like I wish it dumped the URLs out here. But anyway, what this gives us is a full featured temporal. I think it's like, I guess I should just read this README, right? Start the server, CLI doc, so that's what we did. And so now we have this web UI here, and this is our deal, right? I'm gonna change this here to my local time zone because it's just easier that way. And we have a default namespace. All right. All right, so that's what we got going on. So now we've got a temporal instance, and configure, start dev, namespace registration, persistence mode, temporal server. Okay, so this allows us to persist. I don't need that right now. And we don't need dynamic configuration right now. Don't need that, don't need that. All right, I think we're good here. All right, so we have this stuff going on here. So we have a temporal now. So what we're gonna do, localhost, I'm just gonna leave the defaults because I think that's what they did. I think all this stuff is, yeah, I think that's it because we're like 1,000, yeah, 8223 is the port. So 7233, I remember previously it said it's 1,000 ports up from UI from the actual service endpoint. All right, so now what are we gonna do? We're going to take this workflow actually, and we're just gonna make a dummy workflow because this is gonna be what we're gonna be generating. So we're just gonna call it sample workflow. So sample.workflow.cs. I don't know if that's like, I guess they just did this convention, right? So we're just gonna take this and yes, yes. And then activities, I'm gonna copy this from here. My activities.cs, and I'm just gonna copy this, and I'm gonna move to a file. I don't need this. And so my activities, remove the namespace because we'll just use the same namespace. And so now this sucker should compile. What did I do? Oh yeah. Activities select from database. What is this thing called? My activities, do static thing, my database client. All right. So does this compile? Please, please compile. Oh, I deleted that one. So we're gonna actually just rebuild that guy. All right. So let's get the path. Look at that. Open terminal. Oh, but it's PowerShell. I'm not a PowerShell fan. Wow, and that doesn't even get captured in the window capture. See, like this is what I'm talking about. Like, why is this so difficult? It should not be this hard to do this. It just should not. Anyway, so I'm gonna open up. Oh, of course, I accidentally opened the solution. Of course. Oh, I see what's happening. It's those hyphens are coming from the Stream Deck trying to transition. That's interesting, actually, that it does that. All right. Anyway, so bin debug net 8. All right. Why is this thing like lagging? Serverless. Must pass worker. Okay, so that's like exactly what we thought was going to happen. I love how. All right, so workflow, and then we're going to go ahead and switch to the browser, and it should. Look at that. So it does connect, and I don't have a worker running, so I'm going to actually just open up another thing, another shell. So I'm opening up another shell here, and then actually run worker, which will start the worker. And so it's actually going to listen to this task queue, and then just like do some stuff. So if we go back to the browser, oh, auto refresh, yes. Look at that, completed. Hey, hey, hey. Look at that, we ran a workflow in .NET. And ain't that grand? Ain't that grand? I wish there was autocomplete here though, but that's probably really expensive. So I'm gonna actually just run this again. Workflow. Yeah, look at that. 152 to 1. So this is like sub-second. Shit's fast. 47. Oh, this is because we delayed it because we didn't have a worker running. That's why. That's actually really cool. All right. So let's see what we got. So we got the one worker, and yeah, so we have the trace here, timeline. Well, that's cool. And we have all this information. So this is what we want to automate, right? From this serverless workflow activity stuff. All right, cool. All right, let's get cracking. So now that we know what we want to generate, so we want to generate. So first we need a model that allows us to minimize the boilerplate code. Like I don't want to generate this entire program CS thing, but so what we have to do is we have to add all the activities that this worker supports, right? And from there, so we have to add all the activities to the worker, so it like can say, hey, this is how I know how, this is the stuff I know how to do activity wise, because Temporal allows you to call activities in other languages from other languages, because really it's just message passing under the hood. So and then we add the workflow that it knows how to run. So what do we need to do? We need to implement this guy. So we need to implement this guy, and then we need to also implement activities. So really, they're just regular, looks like they're regular methods and classes, just with an annotation, the attribute there. So that's actually really cool. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool. All right, so let's get started here, right? So I am going to need these temporal stuff things here. So I'm going to need that. Gosh, you know what I should have done? I should have made this into an Aspire app, so that way I can get like the tracing dashboard and like really see what's going on. But you know, that'll be for part 3 maybe. Let's get some shit done with right now. All right, so bring these packages in. Oops. Oh, they moved my cheese. I'm so used to just doing Alt E, V, and then the first one, but an A, because I don't like chords. I don't know. I suck at guitar too, so. All right. Yet I just did a chord. All right. So first things first. We need to first generate the this workflow. So it looks like we need a run. So we'll have this, and what is this doing? It's very similar to the code that we saw that was created here. Very similar, and in the sense that we are calling a function, this workflow execute activity async, and passing a func, well, an expression really, but yeah, a func to do this. And all right, so we got my activities. All right, so let's actually just kind of let's give this a shot. So this website, this really cool website called Roslyn Quoter. It's really, really cool thing. I'll put the link in the chat. And cool thing is you can take this and paste C# code in there, and I wonder what ready to, oh, I don't know what the difference with ready to run is, but anyway, so you push that button and look what you get. You get a bunch of stuff that you get a Roslyn syntax tree, right? Syntax tree, yeah. I think it's syntax tree. Anyway, so you get this and it will compile, And this is everything. So this is all the C# code needed to have a strongly typed representation, including what they call trivia, like comments and white space. And have that be able to generate. So that's actually really cool, right? So how do we break this down? So there's some pieces here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to, it's interesting that you have to use this logger here. Anyway, so let's see. I don't know. I'll have to figure that one out. But anyway, so what I want to do is I want to just hollow this out for a second here. And I'm just going to take this. And for right now, I'm just going to leave this as a string for right now. I'm just going to return string.empty for right this minute so we can actually get this thing to compile. And to do implement workflow. So I'm just going to take that and paste this into here. And I do want to see what ready to run does. Oh, all right. So this gives you something that's literally ready to run. Interesting. So this is going to actually compile it. So here's the thing that we generated previously. This is the code that was used, the input. We make our syntax tree, and we have some reference APIs. So this is going to be like assembly references, I guess, for the compilation context. I guess that's what it's called. Anyway, so compilation and then the diagnostic. So this is errors like from analyzers and source generators and stuff like that. Awesome, cool. So this is not what I'm going to do right now though, because I want to just generate the code and I want to separate those two steps and decouple them from each other like this is not doing. So open parentheses on new lines, no. Heresy. Closing parentheses on new lines, no. Feels like go. Preserve original whitespace, redundant APIs do not require. Yeah, so we're gonna take this guy and let's go back to our thing here. Before we go there, let's actually do this. Let's add a file. readme.md. All right, so oh, look at that, I got a preview going on here. All right, so what do we have to do? We have to so we're going to generate step one. We're going to generate a workflow from the temp. Oh, you folks can't see. So we're gonna generate a workflow from the SWFs, which is serverless workflow. And then we are going to generate activities from the SWF. That doesn't work. Can't hit tab to accept. And undo doesn't work there either. From the SWF. And then we're going to execute the activities, I guess invoke the activities within the workflow. And then what we're going to do is, so that's like what we have to do here. But then we have this discovery problem, right? So we have to actually generate this. So we have to have like a temporal worker options generator, which is okay. We could like kind of cheat and have a well-known like static method that we generate that has the activities and has the workflow in there, and we'll just return this worker options. So like, let's see what that looks like. Let's see, so we're gonna do generated what is this called? Worker options. Temporal workflow options. Is that like a class already? Temporal workflow options. All right, so it doesn't exist. Good. I was kind of like hoping that it wasn't. So I'm just gonna like do something crazy like that, right? And I'm going to generate a type, a new file, and then I got that, and I'm just gonna generate a new method. Yeah, sure, why not? And we'll just go right in here, and what we'll do is we'll just do that. Now this is an interesting problem. I think we're gonna have to think about this a little bit further, because what they're showing in this sample here is that you have a static function, that they can be static and or sync. Static or synchronous rather. And I don't remember, did we ever get async static methods? I don't know. Let's find out. I don't remember. I haven't been following along at home. So task from completed. Oh, result something, right? From result. Yeah. I've been writing Go code for like 2 years now. So lacks await, consider using await, blah, blah, blah. So that's good, but let's see. Cannot implicitly task from result. Oh, because I don't have, it's not unwrapping. So let's just remove that. And let's see. Can we do this? Is it going to complain? Does it hate us? Yeah, I guess we did get static methods. So I'm not sure why we would need that unless we're managing like lifetime stuff, which for simplicity, let's just support static stuff for now, because otherwise I'm going to have to, like, as they have in the sample workflow that they had, well, maybe it just like instantiates it. I don't know. My activities. So I guess there's a factory there that creates it, and there's a managed lifecycle thing. I know they support dependency injection, so I don't even know if I'm just worried about nothing for no reason. But anywho, so let's leave that so we compile. And let's take, but where is that coming from? So that's actually going to be in program CS, right? Because it used to be there. Ah, all right. That's what they have it for. So that's going to be a problem for another day, I think. Although I would like to get the dependency injection working though. So let's see what we can do here. So let's go to our host builder. Oh, and this like just skipped. I didn't even realize they didn't even use the generic host here. I see. Okay. So let's do this. All right, add scope, my database client. So I don't need this right now. So we're gonna comment that out. We don't need that sample. Add hosted temporal worker. Where is that? Add hosted temporal worker. Did they really like put that somewhere else? I don't know. I'm just looking at their stuff real quick. So they got like All right, so I see what they did there, but like, what is? Oh, do I not have extensions.hosting? No, I don't. Oh, and I guess I should probably also do this. Add existing files. And I'm just gonna, why does this not show all the stuff? Did I not open the, oh, because it's not VS Code. Ha 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 ha. So I want this, I want packages. And we're just gonna copy paste. And this is gonna be 8.0.0. Yes, yes, no. And nugget restore. And all right, so we got that dude in there. So let's remove that. But where does this come from? Add hosted temporal worker. Is that like in some? Where is this? Oh, CTX. So it's. What am I missing here? I'm missing some using. So this is extensions hosting, temporal IO extensions hosting, temporal IO worker. All right, so I'm gonna look at the. Let's see where this is. So it is there. So it's here. This is iTemporal Worker Service Options Builder. Builder.services add temporal worker. So this CTX. Oh, these are services. Oh man. Talk about deviating from the norm, right? Idiomatic. Yeah. Add hosted temporal worker. Add hosted temporal worker. Oh, I guess I should have probably just read it, right? What did it just do? Oh, I was missing dependency injection. Ah, of course. Of course I was missing that. All right, so I think this makes things a lot easier for us here because from what it looks like, you add activities at the scope level, add workflow. So really you're just building, right? You're just, yeah, you're just adding the stuff here. This is great, actually. So really this just got kind of simpler because I'm just adding stuff. Let's see, I wonder how this works. Let's see how this works under the hood. It's probably just like, yeah, all the standard stuff we would kind of expect, right? Yeah, add singleton, client options. Yeah, nice. All right, so we have all this. So really what we're doing here is we're going to just replicate this, right? And we're going to go into our temporal workflow options. Now there's probably an easier way to do this, a better way to do this. But for now, I think what I want to do is, you know what? I just I've just got some idea here where instead of manually creating these, I'm just gonna actually, you know what? No, I was gonna say use reflection, but that'll increase startup time, and I don't want to do that because ultimately this stuff's got to run fast, and I'm thinking of a serverless environment where we'll have cold starts and stuff. And granted, it's not a lot, but I don't have to, right? I could just do this and add scoped activities, and we will just I don't need that, and so I just need to take this and we're going to fill this in. So we're actually going to just do this, use block body, and we're going to return builder, and it's no longer an options builder, right? It's add activities. So it's see, temporal workflow activity registrar. Yeah, because naming stuff isn't easy. So workflow registrar. All right. Oh, that was cool. What happened there? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, public static. Builder is not use expression body. Okay, that's because there's one thing in there. So, so I guess this is like what we'll do. So for each activity we generate code for, we'll add it here for registration. And then add workflow. Oh, I guess I can just do like this, right? Oh, there's add scoped activities. So add. Oh, that's cool. So all right. So we have add scoped activities. There we go. So we're going to plug this into our, this is going to be our first task because this is like the easiest. So we're going to actually take this and let's go back over here. Oh, I didn't even realize here. Yeah, I need to get better at this. Huh? I didn't even realize nobody was seeing Visual Studio there. So anyway, so we're going to actually take this guy and we're going to do this, and we're going to do, what did I call it? Add the registrar. Order the modifiers. Yes, it must be properly ordered, right? And we're going to rename the file, and we're going to come back over here and we're going to do workflow registrar dot add scoped activities. What did I do? What did I do? Oh, I think they need to be public. Yeah. What is this returning? Temporal worker service options builder. We get a builder here. Where are we? So public static class, we have our guy over here. And let's see. Excuse me. All right, so we are going to, so we have the builder, we've got that. We've got this guy coming up over here. And why don't we see him? It's probably something silly. I mean, I thought that's what we had, right? So it's saying that we don't have that. Oh, yeah, I was calling it static. So let's actually add generated activities and workflows. So add generated activities and workflows. Yes, there we go. All right. So we've got this fancy extension method that's well known. So we're not going to generate this code right now, and later on we'll get these values from elsewhere because it needs to be fed in probably from environment variables. It's probably the best place. All right, so we're over here. So our first thing that we're going to do is we're going to actually go up here, generate dot, what did we call this? Yeah, so what are we doing this for? Why? So we can register the activities and workflows within the worker. And so that's what we will do first. So we're going to do number 1 right now. So, all right, let's pin that there. All right, so first things first, let's go to our old buddy, Roslyn Quoter, and let's put this code in here. All right. So we're going to take this, and now we're going to go back to Visual Studio. So this is what this looks like, actually. All right, so this is what we actually need to do here. All right, so this is what we have to do. Next, so we're going to go over here and we're going to go to our source code generator thing. And we are going to modify the existing workflow generator class here that we have here. We're going to collapse this guy. We don't need this right now. Where is collapse? There he is. Just a second. All right. So first things first, we need this. So our entry point is build workflow. Okie dokie. So we are going to all right, so we're gonna gut this thing right here. So we're gonna, there's the body of the method. So we have a block expression here and our invocation expression, which is going to add activities and add our workflow. So we're going to need a function that returns an expression statement, and then a function that returns a workflow. And what we're going to do is we're going to use these functions to compose our things, right? We're going to, that's really what it is. It's a bunch of statements and expressions and other things. And here we go. So let's extract this. Extract method. Oh, it didn't like that at all. Here we go. That took a minute. All right, so this is what is this? Register activity. All right, so that's register activity. And we're going to go back and add parameters later, but oh man, I hope I'm not getting sick. I'm supposed to be traveling in 2 days. Family vacation. All right, so this is going to be add workflow. But why won't it let me? Oh, because this is not. So let's select this. So this is our thing right here. So we are right here is our parentheses match. What am I missing? You make me do this manually, isn't it? Yeah, wonder why. We will find out. Register workflow. Oh, this is probably why. All right, so generate method, blah, blah, blah. And this is actually going to be expression statement. So this is expression statement syntax, register workflow. We're going to go to block body and we're going to return that. And here's a semicolon for you. You see, it's not even, oh, look at that. Extract method, code refactoring provider, enable. I hate it when it like crashes. I mean, I get it. This stuff's really like complex, but still, right? All right. Anyway, so now we've got this. So what we're actually going to do here is we are going to parameterize this guy. And what we're going to do is we're going to parameterize him, start with the workflow here. So he's going to be string workflow identifier. Right, workflow identifier. And yeah, so string activities class. Did this actually add scope activity, registers given type as scoped if not already done so, all activities type of the worker. All right, so the way this is structured is this will register all of the activities in here because you can have multiple activities in a class here. All right, activity type. So he should actually I feel like there's like another one here. So what is it? It's string syntax token. Parse C# language token. So I feel like this is going to actually give me some validation here versus not at all. Represents token in a syntax tree. All right, so not today, folks. Tomorrow's problem. All right, so I do find it interesting that it generated two things here, right? So why was this different? Why did it generate it differently? I mean, they're both type parameters. They have constraints, like weird constraints. No, this is all like standard type stuff. Singleton separator list, type argument list, identifier name. Okay. Yeah, I don't know, but why mess with it, right? So it's interesting how it chose this and chose that because I think this is the same. I want to keep it consistent, right? Look at that, my format doesn't even work. There we go. So I'm gonna keep it the same. Um, all right. So this is the one that we have here that we're generating. You know what? Before we start rolling with this, I'm gonna just make a commit of. I'm gonna leave that there. I want to make a commit of the activities. Yes. I want to make a commit of the activities, the sample workflow, and the sample registrar thing, and that update default value, default code regeneration step. And we'll just commit that right there. So that way we'll see the difference in the code that's generated. Um, yeah, so generation time, let's go back here. So we are here. So our activity is called my activities, and this is called my workflow. I think that's what it was called. Yeah, my workflow. So my workflow, and we should get the exact same code. So let's see. So we have, how did we have this before? We had the namespace declaration, and then we kind of do it a little backwards, right? So our namespace declaration, which holds our stuff. So we don't need this compilation unit. There is no, I guess it uses like a default namespace or something. I don't know. I don't remember. Doesn't matter to me right now. So we're actually gonna do this. Let's do so we have our namespace, and we should just now be able to extract this. Add members. Will that work? Does that work? Yeah. Yes, it does. Kinda, maybe. Oh, because that's our compilation context. So with members, right? So this gave us, how do we do this? All right, so let's actually break this out into a method again, and we'll see how we do that. I probably have to go like look at the. So I don't want to return a compilation unit. I want to do compilation unit. I'll just do this for right now. What does this return? This returns, so this is part of the compilation syntax. So guess what we could just do is pick members. So this is actually within this namespace. We are adding members to this, but then add members. So this will be member declaration. So we're gonna actually want to do. Let's see. So we have add using. So I think what we're gonna need is we're probably gonna have our with usings, come over here. So add usings versus with. I wish there was documentation here, but you know. So let's get usings or build usings. Compilation unit syntax. What is this type here? Compilation unit syntax, and it's a syntax list. Compilation unit syntax. What was it? It was returns compilation unit syntax. Okay. Oh, I guess with replaces all of them, and add is additive, right? I guess maybe. All right. So build usings. Let's do for registrar. I don't know how exactly I'm supposed to like separate this stuff out yet. So anyway, return. So with usings, I actually need to return a singleton list. Syntax list. Yeah, of course. Using directive. Oh, that's we typed it to that. Let me just get this here so I can get the types out of here that I need. So with usings is a using directive syntax. So syntax list using directive syntax. Syntax list using directive syntax. And so that guy comes out of here. And all right. So this is going to be build using for registrar. Oh, yeah. Add usings. Yep. There we go. Yeah, array. Yeah, let's just do this for now. We'll deal with this later. Oh, it's not an array of syntax lists. It's an array of using directive syntax. Yep. And then and what is this saying to do? Collection expression. Oh, fancy. That's cool. All right. Yeah, and this can I? Oops, no. Why did I do that? Yeah. So we're here, add using. So we've got this guy going on, and so that takes care of our usings. And this is going to be members for our registrar. So we're actually going to be creating a class with these modifiers, public static, and we're gonna do the same type of thing here. So we're gonna do private static class declaration syntax. All right, yeah, build registrar class. And we don't need to parameterize that. Return, and we got our fancy stuff going on there. And of course, no, it's not going to be good, right? Canonical implicity class declaration syntax, member declaration syntax. Ah, okay, so it's actually going to be this. Yeah, because the class declaration syntax is below that in the hierarchy there. So then we're going to take, we're going to add this member here. So I don't think we want it in this namespace though, right? I'm gonna have to revisit that, but we're actually just gonna put this, so the registrar stuff here, add members, build registrar class, and for now, let's just remove the namespace stuff, right? Let's just remove that. And oh, something happened. Oh no, what happened? What happened? Oh, thanks for subscribing, Shang Victor Zhang. I hope I pronounced that right. Oh, and hi, Architect ENT. First time chat. Awesome. Hey there. Welcome. All right. So let's go ahead and comment out this other code here from the other stuff here. So I'm gonna actually get rid of all this for right now. And we don't need create actions. We don't need that right now. But what we do need is, right, so without build, oh yeah, let's comment this out here. I'm just gonna ignore this for a minute. Will it build? I feel like this is like the will it blend type deal. Yeah, build succeed. That's great. Let's just discard these for right now because I don't like red squiggles. All right, so we have this guy right here. So we actually should end up with, let's try it. Let's see how this goes. Oh, I did get a build error. Parameter name is a duplicate. Well, yeah, I guess you can't discard because it's a valid thing. All right, anyway, let's run it. And I'm gonna actually do this in the shell, right? In this guy. Yeah. So this code that was generated here, this is exactly, we'll actually test this because I'll put that on the clipboard and let's go back over to Visual Studio and let's go to this temporal workflow registrar. So we should have no changes in our git changes. So there is a change, but what is it? 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 0 changes. Hey, cool. Maybe it's white space. Do I have white space? Ignore trim white space. No. No. There we go. Yeah. So we've just generated it. So we generated exactly what we wanted to generate, right? So, but that's no fun, right? Let's undo this change. Oh, I guess I have to save it, right? Yeah, no changes. That's awesome. So now let's go ahead and let's write the file, right? Let's see how this goes. So how are we supposed to write the file now? So let's go over here and see how we're doing. So we're in here and we have the path where we're writing to. So I don't think it's wise that we have this all in like one function, but you know, you never know. So let's pass this path in here. Let's add a path parameter here, string. I mean, we could just shove it into one file, but I want to be able to break it out because ultimately what I want to do is have this commit to version control, this generated code for auditability, for um, advanced scenarios, right? Like imagine code generation and then you download it and you modify it and then re-upload it. So you can do like more advanced stuff. But you know, that's like way in the future. But for now, let's do this. So build workflow and we're gonna, I hate this. We're gonna pass this. I'll clean this up later, but this is really just real raw. Just hacking this around right now. MVP, right? And build workflow string. Let's actually rename this output path and output path. And all right, so we got our output path. And what we're gonna do, so this actually returns the registrar stuff. So we're gonna go back over here and generate source code async. Yeah, so this returns the compiled stuff. Yeah, so we do have to actually, I think, have it all in there because everything's going to be compiled together, but we're not actually compiling it in here. We're going to compile it a different way later on. So for now, let's do this. How are we doing this? All right, so let's just, right now, what do we have here? 2 full string. All right, so let's do this. We're gonna var. So this is gonna be our ultimate compilation unit, right? So everything for now. Naming things are hard. So we'll just put that there to return everything. And we'll do create text. All right. Wonder what happens. Creates or opens a file for writing. Contents are, this is exactly what we needed. So path.join output path. And we're going to do temporal workflow registrar. Yeah. All right, so then using, not using. Oh, I guess this is, what does this return? Registrar file. Registrar file. Oh, and right. And is that the right spelling? Yep. So right now, let's blank this out. So this file is now empty. And let's go ahead and I'm going to run it from the console in the other window here. Rebuild, generator. Let's see what we got. Oh, look at that. Hey, hey, hey. It generated. All right, so now we got to do something fancy. So I think there's in .NET there's a way to denote generated code. So that way like analyzers and stuff ignore it. C# ignore generated code, I guess. Yeah, no. I found something from 15 years ago. That's a real problem on the internet, right? Searching for something that and getting stuff that's like 10 years old. I don't know. Let's check with my colleague here, ChatGPT. I'm generating code using Roslyn in C#. How do I mark it as generated? I wonder if it's just as simple as putting a dot generated in the file. You can add specific annotations, comments, blah, blah, blah. Use the auto-generated comment at the beginning of your generated file. This is a conventional way to indicate it's generated. Oh, okay. So you can do it to an entire file. File name convention. So there's designer.cs, documentation comments. So let's try this auto-generate. I wonder if this is like real. Yeah, maybe. But like, where is it though? Source generators. I don't know. Let's see. Yeah, yeah, I guess you just add this, right? All right. So let's do this, right? Let's add this at the top of here. So we're gonna do how do you add so I guess this is gonna be we want to add trivia, right? So I guess it's a member, right? I don't know. Let's see. Find trivia. Insert trivia. Replace trivia. Yes, add members. Oh, yeah, you know what I forgot? What am I doing? Rosalind Quoter, right? Why are we messing around with this? So with using keyword token trivia list, so this puts it at the top there because I guess it's attached, like comments and trivia are attached to I guess the syntax or the directive. I don't know. Let's give this a shot. So this is actually going to be part of here. So we are going to using directive syntax with using keyword. So it's going to be in our usings. So add usings. I feel like it shouldn't be there, right? I feel like it should be here, but anyway. So with using, so we have using directive with using keyword. Um, with using keyword, yeah. All right. So let's see how this works now. I didn't build it. So if this works as we expect, we should see a comment at the top there. What am I missing? Did not build output. We build all auto generated. Hey, look at that. Auto generated. Fancy, fancy. And this dude here should compile. All right. Yeah. So that's great. That works. That's like really awesome that works. Okay. Great. Now, but these aren't. Remember, these are not part of our thing here, right? So we've done this, right? So we generate this partially. So we're gonna generate the register activities. And so let's register activities, register workflows. So let's do register activities. So let's do it in this order here. So register workflows. So we're gonna have typically one workflow, I think per. So what does this mean? How do we do this, right? So we're gonna hop back to our register workflow here. And we are calling it exactly once, right? So what we want to do, so this takes in the params of this, so that means, can I, yeah, all right. So that means that we can do, so let's register the workflow. So this is going to be workflow, what did we call it? Oh, of course, I don't have access to that here. I'll have to clean this all up, but for now, we would just do this. And what we'll do is we'll do aim. And what we're going to do is we're going to do what do we call it? Yeah. Get C# member name. Works for me. All right, so let's run this again. Oh. running in the console window backstage. Ta-da! Now this won't build because we haven't generated the workflow class, but that should be pretty straightforward. All right, so you see what we're doing here, right? We took the string, um, the, oh, you know what else I realized? I realized that I forgot to use my fancy key light. Oh no, that's real bright. Yeah, I bought a key light and forgot to turn it on, right? That's why I need a producer. All right, so it took this string, right? This name with spaces that isn't valid C# identifier. It did that, and it added a workflow called that, right? So it put underscores to make it a valid C# identifier. All right, cool. Now let's make this compile, right? Let's make this class. So how are we going to do this now? We're going to no, I don't even think we need this other namespace declaration thing here. Anyway, so what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to just shove this in here. And no, ha ha ha. All right, so this is everything. So the thing about the Roslyn syntax stuff, right? What are they called? Syntax, the trees, right? They're immutable. So every time we make a modification to it, the modification gets made as part of creating a copy, something like that, right? So we could have this and call this registrar. And so that could be registrar, right? And then I guess, yeah, registrar. And then, so we've written registrar, right? But we no longer need that. So we can actually just do now, so this would be workflow. And let's just take this. And this is the one that we started with here. So I wonder if there's an append. I guess I could just do like add members, workflow. Sure. Can you like concatenate these? Oh, that's why that namespace exists, right? Yeah, so let's just keep this the way it is right now. So let's take this guy out. I gotta figure that stuff out. So we're just gonna go here and we're gonna uncomment that out. And I think what we gotta do is like add members. Yes. Well, let me do that. Oh, because this isn't like a thing. All right. Anyway, yeah, I guess that's the way to do it, right? Add members. So now create workflow. Let's go over here. Let's. So we're gonna reuse some of this code here. that I had going on. Actually, that's probably a bad idea. We don't want to do that, actually, because it's so drastically different. So let's just like delete this, right? Let's just delete this whole thing. Register activity. All right. So we're gonna comment that out for right now, and we're gonna create a method called create workflow, and this dude is going to make a workflow for us, right? We're gonna make that workflow class. So we're gonna go back to our sample workflow thing, and we're gonna actually just gut this for right now. And let's just keep a log in here, right? I ran, and let's just log something, right? And let's just do YOLO. All right, so we got this guy going on here, and let's gut that some more. Let's take this. Let's go to our old friend Rosalind Quoter, and old friend Rosalind Quoter, and we're gonna go over here. So we've got a whole nother set of using directives. That's okay. So to generate this exact thing, let's go ahead and just paste this dude in here. And we recall from the usings, we're going to do this build using. So we're going to return this using directive syntax, but no, that's not what we want, right? Because it all returns a compilation unit syntax. So yeah, so I guess that's where we got to go because we're like top level, right? With members, yeah, compilation unit syntax. What is this actually like operating on? Let's see. Using directives, this the externs. Yeah, you see how it like passes everything in for the update, the immutability stuff. All right, so you know what? Well, let's just keep it like this for right now, because we're only going to have one. So this is going to be compilation unit syntax. Actually, I guess I could just use. I guess there's the using directive. Yeah, so this would be using directive. So with usings, this is us having these here. But what is using directive syntax? C# syntax node. Syntax node. All right. And I guess everything's a syntax node. Let's just keep it like this. Keep it simple right now. All right. So compilation unit syntax. So we got that dude going on here, and we're just gonna return here and that. So this guy expects a member declaration syntax, but this had with usings. So this breaks it down. So if we don't need the namespace, then we don't actually need this, right? So we could actually just do all right, so let's call this what is this thing called again? Workflow dot name, and let's do what was it called? Get C# member name. Yes. So C# member name, and let's just follow the same convention. Workflow.cs. So it's going to put us there, and this is going to be workflow file. And this is going to be our compilation unit is create workflow. So this is going to be workflow. And we'll fix that hash stuff later. Workflow definition. So we have our workflow. We've got this guy going on. So he should now write exactly what's there. Except let's fix this here, right? So now we've got to do our class name. And I forgot what the code looked like that we generate. Oh, I haven't been in Visual Studio. My bad, folks. Again, I gotta get that Elgato prompter thing, which gives me like a, it lets you look at it and it's like you're looking in the camera, but you can also see, I would use that as like a monitor, right? To monitor the stream output and to have the chat go over it. That'd actually be pretty cool. All right, so we are generating, so that's it, right? And so let's actually do this. Let's parameterize, let's make it dynamic, like dynamicism on another level. All right, so we got that. And now we're gonna, why is this hating me right now? Oh, I broke something up here. Oh yeah, this doesn't compile. So what we'll probably have to do is registrar file, or I want it to output all the code, right? So registrar dot add usings. Actually, you know what? Compilation unit. Externs usings. Yeah, so I'm just going to do this with usings. Oh, add usings. Registrar dot usings. Wonder if this works. I don't remember. And then workflow dot. Okay, let's just see. Can I like do this? Can I do this like and go? Or do I have to like actually join them together? I mean, yeah, no. Yeah, no, that doesn't work. Oh man, that would actually have been kind of cool. So what are these? These are arrays. Oh, these are lists. So uh, syntax list. Let's see what we can get going on here. How do you join them together? Can I do with usings? With usings. Oh, I guess I can just chain these guys, right? With. Yeah, I can just chain these guys together. Add usings. Workflow usings. Wow, okay. I guess I have to do with usings. Yeah, and then with usings. I wonder if this merges them. Workflow.usings and registrar.usings and let's see, will this work? Workflow definition. Oh, awesome. 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 Yeah. Awesome. Uh, Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Catch a tiger by his toe. Which one gets to be demoted? I think I'm gonna be working more with this one, so I'm just gonna use that because I'm gonna be parsing the SDK stuff more often than I am the temporal stuff from here, right? Because we should, for the most part, from a workflow perspective, just be adding the attribute and like kind of being done there, right? Welcome, folks, to this stream. Um, yeah, that's actually taking a really long time. Thank you, Visual Studio. Keep reminding me why I use VS Code primarily. So using definition. All right, there's our conflict gone. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Can we build? Will it output what we think? So it output the workflow. So I guess with does replace things. So I guess I gotta just like join them together, right? I get add usings, add usings, add usings. Um, so I'm just gonna fix up this code right quick and workflow. And this is gonna be members. I'll show you what this looks like in a second. Let's try this again. Yeah, so it merged it together here. So I was correct before. With will So with will replace everything, and add is additive. So, all right, that makes sense. Um, so this actually brought everything together into a single compilation unit. So then we could technically compile this guy, and and everything would be like in the context, right? All right. So we got some stuff that we got to do first, right? So we have it generating the class now for the workflow. Um, so let's do this. Um, so let's look at this here, our sample workflow. So we have to have this workflow on top of the class and then a workflow run on top of that. So we have those things, but I fear that actually, you know what? They should be fine. Like I was fearing like we'd have some conflicts or whatever, but the generated code has no concept of serverless SDK stuff. But you know what? Let's also go ahead and add our attribute, right? So inside of here, let's add, because our attribute lives inside this generator thing. I really don't want to use the generator and kind of bring it in. So I think what I'm gonna have to do is add new project and common. Where's class? All project types. Class library. Okay, so this is going to be serverless work, or actually this is going to be generated workflow support. All right, I hate naming things common. So this is something, because eventually I want to support other DSLs or something like that, or have an alternative to serverless workflow. So they're always going to have some sort of input that is agnostic to the intermediary DSL. In this case, it's the serverless framework stuff. So let's go ahead and move this to, oh, of course I screwed up the name. Did I at least get the thing right? Nope. It made a new solution for me. Great. I hate that. Right. Add new project. Class library. No, it didn't make a new solution, but what did it actually do here, right? So source. So what? Oh, it made it in a directory. Great. Lucky me. And we'll just put that dude in there. And then he'll go into SRC, to the source folder. And yeah, you know, it like says it right there. I just don't read. All right. So we're actually going to just delete this class, and we're going to bring these attributes over to the support class that doesn't really have any dependencies on it there, and adding a project reference to support in the workflows one and in the generator itself. All right, so that's good. And so from there, it's, yeah, all right, awesome. All right. So we want to actually now take what we have generated, and we want to add a workflow metadata attribute to it. And it's going to be name hash. So I think what that is. Yeah, name and hash, right? So we're just doing this to get this in the Roslyn generator stuff. So we're going to add an attribute list. We have an attribute list already, but we're just going to add like a second one. So I just copied that from Roslyn Quoter. So we're going to go to where we have this attribute list. So there's two attribute lists, and that's interesting. It actually generated it a different way with attribute lists. Oh, wait, never mind. No, it did not. And I'm just going to take this whole thing and up to so with attribute lists, down to the modifiers. All right. So the literal name is going to be just the workflow definition. So this is the unmodified one, and then same thing here, the literal string hash. So I'm going to go ahead and generate this guy again, and we actually should terminal. So you see here we have the name of it. We now have this attribute attached to it. Send customer email workflow, and yeah, so I think that's good. Now I want to see. Let's go back here. So let's go over to this sample workflow. So let's see how this works here. All right, so global usings, I think is the feature name. So it picked up that this is the attribute that we need, and to prove it's ours, here's our file here. So good, global namespacing kind of brought that all in. I was concerned that we would have to add a using statement, but we are a-okay. Okie dokie. So I'm gonna actually undo all of that so I can get this complex example, more complex example here, and leave that as our sample. All right. So now let's write this to a file. So the other kind of thing here is we can actually just go like this, and this is kind of what I like doing here because this is also strongly typed. So that way, the whole point of this is so we can, you know, make refactoring. Like that's our whole reason for this complexity. Well, not the only reason, right? This makes it testable instead of just concatenating strings together. So, okay, this workflow is the temporal workflow. Yes. All right, so this is the temporal workflow, but I want to fully qualify this guy. Because there's nothing that's gonna temporal IO workflows. So temporal IO workflows workflow, because there's nothing to like. There's nothing to keep this like strongly typed other than the using statements. But I guess that they're not strongly typed, but validation, right? So we do have this, but let's move on necessary using. Let's see how this fares. Will we get the right one? Oh, you see, removing the using made us bring it back here. So that actually that's pretty helpful. That it forced us to do that there. Qualified name. I wish we could like do something with this, but we like can't. Yeah, like this would be like system.task, right? Or not system.task, but you know what I mean. So like you can do all sorts of stuff like that, right? Run async, workflow run, workflow. So do they actually put workflow on both? So this is the workflow run. Then what is member access expression, indication, identifier name? Oh, this is calling the logger, right? So you can actually also go name of workflow. and this is going to be like the temporal IO workflows.workflow. And I love that you can put like method names here. So this way, when if they break the contract, we will know and we will break at build time. This, yeah. So that's an extension method. So we have to call it like from the static ilogger log information. Extension method groups are not allowed as an argument to name of. Oh, so where does this actually live? Log information is logger extensions. Yes. There we go. So like we can do stuff like that. And that way, if things change, you know, we have like those benefits, right? And it's the same thing over here, workflow run. So name of temporal IO workflows dot workflow run attribute. I think I screwed that one up. You know, folks, it could be worse. I could be doing this in like Lisp, right? All right. So now we got all this guy here. And it's the same thing with this, right? Name of and then this is because this library, this SDK is only in a oh, where's yeah, it's another gosh, where is this guy? He's in the registrar, right? Registrar. Oh, no, this is just like the name of the thing. That's our guy. Ha, that's why. Got a little too, there we go. So, temporal options builder. So we'll just replace these strings as well. We didn't do the activity stuff yet, so that's okay. And builder add workflow. So this is actually add workflow. Add workflow. So this is another extension method. And I wonder if there's a way to pass like a type to it. Like you could do that stuff with like codom. So this is builder.add workflow. Generic name. Can you do like an identifier from a type? Gosh, that would be cool if they had like yeah, okay, so this is also an extension method. So where is this guy? Add workflow. Add workflow. So he's in builder extensions. Of course he is. Yeah, so this is like version 1 of the SDK. So it's going to probably be the same thing here for this guy. Add scoped activities. And since it's version 1, you know, subject to change, right? same exact code. Yeah, so we got the code, except we just we just like used the real name, workflow run attribute, workflow metadata attribute, and they just called theirs workflow. So yeah, we're good. All right, cool. So back to Visual Studio. All right, so we are here. We've got our stuff going on. We have, oh look, I forgot. We wrote the file. Ain't that something, right? We wrote the file. I forgot. Let's look at our punch list. I wonder if this supports checkboxes. No, just GitHub Markdown does. So we did that. We registered the workflow. So we registered the workflow. All right. So technically, we should be able to run it. I don't know about you, but that's kind of exciting. All right, let's see. Let's double check our work here. So I'm gonna go ahead and let's see. So we have this. We'll just keep our task queue the same. Now, as far as the execution of the workflow, so it's not my workflow anymore. It's going to be, so this is going to be hard coded. Normally, what would happen is this would be called from elsewhere, and because it's called from elsewhere, we wouldn't need like the type that we need. So this is our guy right here, our workflow, and so this is just going to be workflow, run async, and these are just the task queues. So let's see if we can get this going on the first shot. Like that would be pretty cool, right? Avoid multiple blank lines. Yes, yes, yes. That's always good too. Extra blank lines. List. Yeah. So I'm not actually doing any work in here, so we can just remove that and get rid of that error. Return task.from result. And why didn't this remove extra break lines? Yes. All right, so let's see. Did we get it? Did we get it? I don't know. Please build, please build, please build. Yeah, 0 failed. All right, so now what we're gonna do here is we're going to, oh my gosh, it's 57 degrees. It's cold in Florida. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna go to terminal. And I'm gonna go ahead and start this worker. So the worker started. All right. Now we're gonna go over to here. We already generated. So let's see the term. Okay. So let me open up another tab. So let's rename this one to worker, and this tab to execution. And we're gonna go to this path over here. And of course I went to the wrong place. .NET run worker, workflow. I think you do the hyphen here too. Ah, yeah, of course I went to the wrong place. All right. Async method lacks a weight, non-blocking, workflow, 9. Yeah, I thought I did this right. Oh yeah, yeah. So I know why this is happening. So remember that auto-generated thing that like disables all of the stuff, like analyzers and certain things? Yeah, so we got to add that when we write the file. Where did we do that? We did that in the usings. So here's our trivia. So with using keyword is what we're doing. So with using keyword, using directive, and then, so where is this? That is our user. Great. This is a little trickier because it's using the different way to do it. Maybe. See, how do we do this? So wait, this is with using keyword. Oh. We have this using keyword, but there's also with using keyword. So I don't understand what the problem was. I guess I just I suck at copying and pasting. With using keyword, so this is within. All right, so it's using directive and then with using keyword, but then this is our list. So this is where we need to be, and oh, do we also have to be at like the top one? So we only have one using. Yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Using directive. All right, let's see how this rolls. Terminal. I need to go to generator. So this is going to be our generator right here. Rename generator. Yeah, so you see how like it merged it all? So it added it twice, which is what we told it to do. But when we go back and look at Visual Studio and we look at the email workflow, oh yeah, we did have to put it at the top one. Oh no. Auto generators, because we want it before this. So this is actually going to go. All right. So we got that guy. So let's go back and give this a roll here. Yeah, you see how I put it at the top here? So let's go look at Visual Studio. And yeah, let's put it where we wanted it to be. So in the editor, it doesn't do that, but let's see, is it actually working, this whole auto-generated deal? Does it need 3 slashes? I don't know. I don't know. Interesting. Hmm. Interesting, interesting, interesting. Let's check. Let's see what's going on here. Disable all analyzers for generated file. I don't want to modify rule sets. Turn off folder. Gosh, what's some generated code that I could just like look up on GitHub real quick? GitHub.com. And let's see. Let's search for this. $598,000. So they have this, right? Like copied from this. Remove once we can actually add a reference to blah blah blah. So this is in there. Like, what am I doing wrong? See, and they're also doing this in here, but you see how they're like concatenating strings, right? What is this? What is this issue? It's old and it's been fixed. So there's this generate code attribute here. But that's from codom, so this is for trimming. You know who does this? Ruben did this. GitHub.com.net Orleans. Let's see how he did this. Auto-generated. Auto-generated by ReSharper. So there's this like comment thing. Oh, so he has resources.designer. So I guess you don't need the comment. How are they doing this? So that uses codom. So we want to do that, but we want to enable debugging, so we're not going to mess with that. Compiler generated. What does this attribute do? Okay, so this is like, so I guess technically we're a compiler, right? Let's see what this has to say. I mean, this is like old. This is like really old. 16 years old. This attribute is for use by custom tools that generate code. It should only be applied to code as regenerate over and over and should not be used by templates that the user is expected to modify, nor should it be applied at the type level if the typing generated is a partial class. In this situation, it should be applied only against the individual members that are contained within the generated part of the file. Yeah, I mean, I think this is what we want, but like, I don't know. How does, well, I guess the difference is Ruben's using a source generator, I think now. So that stuff gets ignored. So this is like to suppress individual messages for an individual one. Yeah, so his stuff isn't included at that point. It's included in the, like, I think the object folder. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Generated. Let's see. Fix for code generated, auto generated property. Alright, let's see what he's saying here, Sebastian. I mean, this is also old. So apparently this works, right? But like, again, this is at a different phase. And we're also, let's see, .NET analyzers, ignore auto-generated. I'm not using style cop. So they used it here too, but this is also 12, 13 years old. You can set file exclusions. No, I don't want to set file. This is style cop. Unfortunately, options I'm not connected skipping files with files containing auto-generated text will always be skipped regardless of the value of the setting. Strongly recommend, blah, blah, blah. I hated style cop. It was fun when it was hard to configure. I was suppress code analysis. Yeah, I think we need to do .designer. Let's try that, folks. It's real weird that we have to do this in 2023. Magic suffixes and file names. You know, it's kind of like a, I feel like this is like a WinForms, web forms kind of holdout, right? So we go to the generator and let's generate this guy again. At least I don't have to modify project files anymore. Like I used to have to do that when I did stuff like that. All right, so workflow designer. Look at that. Oh no, but it still gives us this. But is that because we're in here? Does this need a triple? No, I don't think it's, I guess we could actually look for XML doc auto generated. Is that like the same thing? No, this is not XML doc, I guess. So, but let's see how this works in our runner. You know what? These workflows are going to have async, so I'm not going to like add conditional logic or anything like that. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put a task.delay or something like that. So it's, at least I feel better. I can get rid of this designer crap. Did I spell it right? Designer, yeah, I did. Designer. All right, so we got rid of that. And now I'm just gonna call task.delay. So let me regenerate these files so I can get that syntax right. .NET Run. I could also put like a disable thing in there, but that's gonna get messy. That could get messy. So task.delay. Yeah, just put this in there for now. Oh, but you know what? You can't do that. You can't use task.delay because that breaks the non-determinism stuff, I think. So let's go look at the Temporal SDK. Workflow environment. Workflow environment dot no. So how do we get this here? So delay async. So this hangs off of what? Workflow environment. It's async disposable. Oh, this is because it's in the testing. Ha 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 ha. All right. API. Let's see. Maybe it's in the README. They're still working on the docs, I think, for this stuff. So task dot timer is represented workflow delay async. There we go. Workflow dot delay async. Yeah, so let's actually just make this. Wait a second, and let's see how Roslyn Quoter actually will do this. So what we'll do is we added this workflow delay async. Let's see how this changes things. You know what? I don't even need to do this. I'm just not going to generate it again. So we've solved that problem now. So I'm just don't generate it, right? So I'm going to just run the generator again. I'm just going to remove the async keyword. And our problem goes away because we're not going to, and then I have to do the task.from result, right? And our problem goes away. So now let's go to terminal and so we're going to stop the worker. We're going to rerun the worker. And now we're going to run the workflow. Please work, please work, please work, please work. File is locked. Oh, ha ha ha. Yeah, it doesn't. All right, so it's because it was trying to build it again. So service workflow, workflow. Oh, oh, no freaking way. No freaking way. Look at that. Look at that. Ain't that something, folks? we are generating a workflow dynamically. This one doesn't have any activities or anything, but you know, it's doing its deal. And yeah, actually, that's very, very cool. Very cool. Very cool. So here's our log. I ran send customer email workflow. Um, yeah, that's pretty awesome. Pretty awesome. Now what are we gonna do? We got two. All right, so let's look at our README. So let's actually commit this, right? So our git changes. Yeah, let's just do everything here. Generating a working workflow from the generating a working workflow from the serverless from SWF. All right, so that's awesome. I'm gonna push that in case like my SSD fails because it's like 5 years old or something. All right, so that's great. That's actually really great. All right, so that only took 2 hours 45 minutes. Awesome, half a day. All right, so now let's look at where we are in our README, in our to-do. So now let's, so we generated a workflow. We registered the workflows. Why is it doing that? Do I need two or just one? What the heck is that? What is happening here? Did I just like make a line? What is this thing? Why can't everybody have the same markdown? It's just really sad. All right. All right, so we are gonna let's register some activities. So this one's a little trickier, right? All right, so we got that going on. I mean, this is great. This is like I'm happy. Like finally some progress, right? So what now? So activities. So this is tricky, right? This is tricky because we go look at this test SWF. So I wrote like a Go version of this initially because the .NET SDK like didn't exist or wasn't ready yet. So let's just say I became very familiar with the specification there. Okie dokie. So, excuse me. So we've got, the way this works is, in this one in particular, we have a state, right? And, you know, I think we need like a better, like a simpler example here. Because this isn't like real, because the functions like this, it doesn't have the function, like the definition of the open API stuff. So like, let's just make a send customer email. So let's do another one. Let's go serverless workflow specification. Let's get some samples out of this guy. Samples. Examples. Hello world. Yeah, okay. So hello world. So I'll walk through this here. Hello world.swf. So what's happening here? So what's happening here? So, all right, an inject state. So an inject state is a way to put static values into your workflow from within. I'm not talking about like an input object. I'm just saying like, so the execution of this is going to be, it starts at the hello state, which is this one. So this is a reference. This is a reference to this state right here in this array of states. And the type is inject, and the data result is hello world. So this should output a JavaScript object with a property called result, named result, with a string value hello world exclamation point. This state is also a terminal state. I believe it's called a terminal state in the specification. If not, let's see, terminal state and it's an end definition is what they call it. But the still remains. End definitions can trigger compensations. No, that's not what we need. But yeah, it signifies that this is the last one. So if you were to remove this, the behavior is the same as doing this, and because there are no more states to transition to. The way the serverless workflow stuff works is you transition from state to state conditionally. Yeah, so anyway, that's what should happen here. So now if we run the generator, we should actually get 2 workflows, I hope. Yep, here's our hello world workflow. Hello world workflow, our hello world workflow, and this guy right here. Okie dokie. So that's great. We got that going on for us. And we just got to remove our async and do a task.fromResult. And we got to do the same for our other one here. We'll go back and we'll make this actually do real stuff soon. All right, first things first, we have to generate these activities. So, all right, so how are we going to do this? So first, the first thing we have to do is we have to look at, you know what, let me go to my InfinityFlow github.com, InfinityFlow. I have a repo here. This was my first iteration I wrote a few months ago. And let's see, it's going to workflows. Oh, so look at this. Yeah, so this is like basically the same thing, right? But this has some other inject states and was testing filtering and stuff like that, a little more complex. So let's look at our processors here. So we have our workflow, and our entry point is, so this was, the difference here is I wasn't doing code generation here. What I was doing was dynamic execution based on walking the states. So it was really like, I think it was more complex. It was hard to reason about. It was hard to debug. Oh, hi, Ajmal. I'm not sure how do I show timestamps in here? Do I show timestamps? Timestamps. Oh, that was like 30 minutes ago. Are you still there, Ajmal? No, I guess not. Anyway, oh, I guess not. Well, I'm building the serverless workflow implementation on top of Temporal. Yeah, anyway, so if you're still there, give me a wave or something. Unfortunately, this thing does not make noise, which I guess it should, right? I guess I need one of those like chat boxes here. So Let me try this. Don't know. Is this? I can't tell. I have no idea what this is doing here. So, chat box. Let's see if this works. That worked. Oh yeah, it did. But it doesn't draw on my screen. It draws on. Yeah, I guess I should be using a projector here. Create a scene projector. That way I can see it. But like, where's the noise? Right? I should be having some noise here. Okay, so I see it does say Shang Victor Zhang. So like it just puts the name there, like a lot. Okay, and that's weird. All right, very strange. This whole thing is strange. Always. Yeah, I don't know. Background color, hide common chat bots. Other settings. Yeah, I don't know. Control audio via Streamlabs desktop. And let's transition to this. And I think I have to go to my mixer now. And chat box, where's this going? I have to put this in monitor, I think. That's, I think, been the problem here. So chat box is monitor only, mute output. So I need it monitor and output. And let's test this. Whoa. Still no sound. Still no sound. I don't know, man. This stuff is okay. I have my monitoring device on. I have my default max auxiliary audio monitoring, monitor and output, desktop audio channel. So that should actually, maybe I didn't hear it because it's not in the monitor. I don't know. Anyway, at least I'll have something. Yeah, I don't know. At least I'll have something there. I don't understand why this is like this though. Yeah, let's try this. This is weird. It still has Shang's name just like hanging out on line 53. It's just like statically there. Like, what is that? Oh, okay. That's a recent follower. Ah, ha, ha. I see what's going on there. All right. I see what's going on there. That has nothing to do with chat. And we lost my video. Oh, because I have to do this. And transition. Yeah. Oh, I hate that little box there. So I'm just gonna hide that. Transition. And this is fun and everything, but like, so let's see the chat. Does this work? Did that even like pop up? Does it work? Will it blend? Will it blend? Alright, but where's my chat box? Oh, because I have it hidden. Of course I do. And then I guess widget theme, so scene overlays. Right, widget themes, site overlays. I don't know what are these things. Alert box setting. Oh, I have to go to dashboard widgets. And I guess Here we go. Side quest. Side quest. Widgets gallery. Brand account settings. Monthly alert box. So if I test follow, see, I heard that. Like, that's a thing. Like, that happened. Like, I see that. And test subscription. Yeah, all right. I get that. Um, so, but like, where's the chat box? Like, how do you? I guess I gotta go to my theme. I guess I don't know what the widget themes. Is it a widget? I don't even know. Which I don't even know. Like which, because it like I hate that I missed the chat because there's like no noise and stuff. So editor. Okay, I see it in the mini feed. So like that's great and everything. So when he subscribed, I remember 2 hours ago when he did that. So like it came up like that. But like the chat. Okay, so this is called Pastel. It's the name of my theme, right? Widget. All right, so this is called Pastel Alerts. So did that like work though? I don't know. So I guess do I go alert box settings again? And so I switched the theme, right? Test follow. Oh, that one's like way cooler. I think that's awesome. Yeah, that's way cooler. All right, I'm down with that. And then, but like the chat box, let's see. Oh, do I have to like transition again? All right, so it did put, I see it there, right? But like, I feel like there's a way, maybe it's a scene collection, maybe something different. So editor, scene, widget theme, scene collection. Yes. So the scene collection is what I need. So scene collection. Sorry, folks, for this little side quest, but I hate that like people come and they like. Oh, there is no chat for this. Oh. So this alert box. Pastel site. Oh, that kind of sucks, man. I wish there was like. Oh, there's like this whole multi-chat in the App Store. What is this? Color per channel, variable width, fixed width. How does this work? Yeah, I don't think this is the right thing. Anyway, I guess I need a scene that has. Oh, is it a site overlay maybe? Is that what it's called? I don't know. It's like real easy to just like lose literally everything you did. Oh, a site overlay is for like the websites that Streamlabs gives you. I see. So what I need is a scene overlay and So some of these, I mean, how do you only like, so these things have, I guess it's widgets. I don't know, man. This stuff is like real weird for me. Okay, so some of these have, so they have like alert box widgets. And all right, so what I want is a chat box. So I'm filtering by chat box. All right, maybe this one will be good. Oh no, but that's like weird. And these are just like, I feel like these are all geared for video games. I guess that's the primary market, right? Chat box. So this one looks pretty cool. Yeah, okay, so chat box. So that's installed. And I set the properties. All right. All right, so let's transition and see how this goes. So there, I have a chat box, right? So that's like constantly there. Hey, all right. Yeah, I'm down with that. That works, but there's still like no sound. So I don't know. So if I do a chat box, so if that's here, but like where does the audio come from? Like how are you supposed to control audio via Streamlabs desktop? But like how do you, well, because I have like the audio for this stuff, like outputting to different channels, but everything should at least be going to the stream channel. But I guess it would be kind of annoying if there was like a sound for every single chat message, I guess, right? All right, anyway, so looking at this browser stuff now, you know what, I'm gonna give it one more stab with the noise for chat. So I have a thing here, interact. It's like, where's the sound though, right? Properties. It's at 100%. It is on the stream track. It's also on 5, on channel 5. Monitor and output. I mean, we should be having noise. I just don't know why there's no noise. Yeah, I put all the sound effects for stuff on channel 5, or track 5 rather. But weird, man. Weird, weird, weird. All right, anyway, back to this. So this was really like hard to reason about because it does it dynamically, and it's basically just like a tight loop here. Well, not tight, but it's basically a loop here that figures out the states that it needs to go to, and everything like that. And it's like well broken down. So let's look at this implementation here. So this is like the execute. So this whole thing starts with, we find the state, the start, and get next state name. So find state just like finds it in the collection there. So it goes through all the states looking for one with the name and then returns the instance, right? And then we have start. So start gives a new start processor, and the start processor contains the logic for the specification, which is, well, it gives me the struct, right? It instantiates the struct. But then, so that's our start processor, and then we return the start processor, and we get next state name. So calling get next state name in start says, here's our logic, right? So get next state name, if the state name is not equal, so the priority is this. If you set state name in the state, in this case it's hello state, then that's the first state name. Now, if it's unset and there's no states, like that's an invalid state. Otherwise, the SDK populates start.stateName with the first state name just in case to guard for future breaking changes. So that's something that the SDK does right now that I realized. So put simply, or more simply, if you have state name set, that is the first choice. Second, if there is no state name set, then the first state, the initial state for execution, is the first state in the states array. So that's the first state, right? So this is the Go SDK, written by other people, I think, than the .NET SDK. So if we were to go now, so what does this like translate to, right? This means that what we've got to do is, let's go to our Hello World workflow. So we have to figure out what is the first state we need to do. So we are actually in, so let's actually work inside the generator for a second here. So we haven't even gotten to activities yet. I don't think we need activities just yet because the states are the activities, and depending on the state, it's either going to do something or not. That requires like a in process or out of process kind of deal for execution of the activity. So oh, you want to offer me a promotion of my channels and viewers? Isn't that something? The one person who says something. And how do we do this? So how do we, can I not like, oh, okay. So I can report this, restrict, restricted, and then, so that user's not restricted. I've never had to do this before. Block, report, spam. Spam. Advertising. Block this user. Done. So that person's gone. All right. So then, how do I delete this? Right. In this message. How do you like delete? You can't. Wow, you can't delete from here. Yeah, okay. There's no way to do this from in here. You have to like be inside of Twitch to do it.
Prefer being a survivor, you most definitely would.
Yeah, for those wondering, somebody spammed
Survivor, you most
Twitch. Yeah. Oh, and it's gone, I guess, right? All right. Oh, mod view. Shield mode. All right. All right. So restricted filters. I deactivated shield mode last year. Isn't that great? Modes. Shield mode. What is shield mode? All right. Shield mode is on. Turn off shield mode, and then there's turn on. Oh, there's settings. Okay. So shield mode is on now. And oh, there's like auto mod. All right. So I'm gonna try this. Hopefully the default settings are good enough. All right. All right. Now that we're here. So anyway, that's what we've got to do. So let's switch back and let's implement this start here. The good news is I saw this person's chat, which was like really cool, right? That was cool, right? But then how do you like supposed to hide after 15 seconds? And that's disappointing. I can't get this thing to go away. All right. Well, I guess you live and you learn, right? Anyway, so we got this this logic now, right? So we have to actually do this inside the body of the workflow, right? So inside this workflow, so what we're actually gonna do here, instead of generating like all this logic to determine what the state stuff should be, we're gonna go to our generated workflow support, right? And we're gonna implement a similar type thing. So we're gonna say new file, come on, add new item. So what are we gonna do? Yeah, let's do start, right? Let's just call it start, right? So, all right. Now what are we gonna do? Get, whoa, look at all that. No. Internal, I guess public. That's really annoying. Public, get start state. and we're going to do a workflow definition. Now, here's our problem. Herein lies our problem. I almost accidentally introduced a dependency on serverless workflow into the support package, right? So what exactly does that mean? Like, how do we solve this, right? We're gonna have to generate some code. I mean, we had to generate the code anyway, right? Oh, it's late. I'm tired. It's been 3 hours. So let's undo that. So what we really need is in the generators where we need that start, right? And that also means we need to go back to our list, our tried and true list. We did register the activities, right? So we did that one. And now we have to let's generate the activity. So let's just generate it. That's what we're gonna have to do here. So let's see, how does an inject, so the start is really what is my first activity, right? It's determining our flow of activities in the workflow. Say that 10 times fast. And then invoke activities within the workflow. So we're kind of swapping these around here, but we're not even there yet, right? So what this kind of looks like, here's what we need to do. Let's see what this would look like. Let's actually see what this would do. So for right now, I'm just gonna give us an activity. Actually, I'm just gonna use this activity, the Temporal ones here. All right, so I'm gonna, in another tab here, I'm gonna go look at the workflow definitions here. So all right, so we have to do so to execute an activity, we're here, right? So the start state is which activity do I do first, which means we have to generate them first, is what that means. So it's okay, let's generate it. We had to do that anyway. Yep. So what this hello would look like, so I'm gonna just copy this into our thing right here. All right, so what does this mean, right? This means that we have yeah, sure, I can use a dictionary, sure. But like that's not really what it is, because we're gonna be strongly typed and all this stuff at the end, right? But like, so let's just do this. Right, because that'll serialize to exactly what we need for JavaScript, right? So we're gonna have this, and then this actually goes from, let's go our thing here. All right, so because the last state, the output of the inject state is this data thing. So let me look at my Go code again. It's much easier. Like I found the spec really hard to read. It's just, I don't know. It's just a large document. Like I went to print it and it was like huge. All right, so looking at this here. Excuse me. So I'm looking at this here, and inject state processor. So this is our inject state. This is our base state. Oh, that's another thing. This thing has like inheritance built in. Yeah, fun. And then there's a state processor, which is the state processor that's passed in. And that's our inject state. So preparing data, merge objects. Yes, there's object merging in this thing too. And there's something called filtered input and filtered output. Yeah, it's pretty complex actually. All right, so what we got? What do we got? What do we got? What does map to interface do? Oh, literally takes a map and makes it an interface. Yeah, real fun. So literally all this does is takes i.data, which is that result hello world object, and returns it as the output. Now I'm not going to do filtering just yet. So that's our deal. All right. So what does this mean? So this means, so let's do a vertical tab group. Let's put this guy over here and let's close this to get some real estate. So this guy, so this would actually just mean that our workflow does this. I mean, this would be like a string, but yeah, you get the point. Let's see, JSON. Yeah, we need to have like a set of adapters for smart result values here. Like ultimately, when this thing is happening, what's going to be is this would be like a, and I'm just going to pseudocode this out. This would be like an inject state. Now this is for like serverless workflow, right? So we would have like inject state t of t, and our inject state t would be like this, right? But our t would be a type, would be like, our type would be this shape, and it would be a distinct type based on shapes. So I want to implement like a, I guess it's very similar to system.dynamic, like dynamic object or expando object. And that's kind of what this is. And I think internally, that's probably the way to go, but probably more likely to just use JavaScript. But I don't want to, or not JavaScript, system text JSON. But I don't think that's a really good idea. I think it's better to just produce the classes that we need and have some sort of way to have almost like duck typing, but for data structures. I guess that's the same thing, objects, right? So anyway, yeah, I think that's like the move here. And then, so this would be like a special class that's generated, and then anything that looks like result and then string can use that type and accept it as input and output because it can be mapped to each other readily. And so they handle this inside of serverless workflow by using like JQ notation to reference nodes in the JSON. So that might be a way to do it. I don't know. I have to look at prior art, specifically around like component binding and the system component model stuff that exists like in WinForms, and then love to do something like WPF, but like unnecessary complexity strikes again. But like, yeah, WPF type stuff would be really, really cool. But then, you know, we're basically Windows workflow, right? But really, we need a language that allows us to do data binding and have expressiveness like that we get with just expressiveness, man. All right, okie dokie. All right, so what does an inject state look like? It looks like this. So this means that we are now going to write some code. We have to write logic that determines what we do inside of this block. So basically, if we need something that says, okay, this is how we do an inject state. This is how, so an inject state is this, and this might be like, hello world, or I'm sorry, hello state data, right? And actually it'd be like this, right? Hello state data would look like this, and this would be this, and we would take this and we would say, okay, is this state transition the terminal state? Is it an end true, or is it an end? And I think it also takes an expression too, right? It's all this weird stuff, really complex. So is this the terminal state for whatever reason? Because it's end true or the only state in the list, in the array? If so, then we're just gonna shortcut and return. These are like some, I guess, optimizations, but like it simplifies stuff greatly, because otherwise I'm sure there's like 1,000 papers written on this stuff. Simplicity. We need to just do simplicity, right? It's really easy to get caught up in the complexity stuff. So, all right, let's jam. Let's write some code, right? So how does this happen? So we're going to be inside of this create workflow, and we're going to actually be inside run async, and we have to actually make this body. So let's actually see this here. So this is, we have to return an array of statement syntaxes. Yeah, that's what we need to do here. So this is what we need to do. Build workflow, run body, run async body, workflow definition. All right, so how do we do this? What's a good way to do this? All right, so let's actually break some of this stuff out here. So we need to do a return statement builder. All right, so this is going to be extract method, build return statement. All right, so build return statement. So that's this. You know what? Let's just make our lives easy here and yield return. And I think I need to make, will that work with an array? God, I haven't written C# in so long. Oh, I miss it. It's like the best. And then yield return. We're going to break this down further. Yep. All right. What was it? Statement syntax list, syntax list, syntax list. Where did I see that? Alright, so I guess so where was I? It's generate source code, member name, create workflow, and run async body. Which one was the list? Syntax list? Yeah. So what was this one? It was statement syntax. Statement syntax. Is that an IEnumerable? Guess, is that an iterator? Guess not. Anyway, we just do list. And oh, yeah, duh. All right. So then, yeah, and this should make our lives easier in terms of how we do stuff because it will work like a stream, like emitting a stream, I think. All right, so let's extract a logger statement. So this is a logging statement. So literal expression argument. Yeah, so log information. So let's do this. Let's do extract method log workflow logger. All right, so workflow logger, and this is going to take a log information. So I wonder if is there a can I just do log and log level? Yeah, okay. So this is just like log and log level. And that signature is this, right? So my signature will look like this. And then this is all we do. Log level calls this with the 0 event ID. What is this one? Log level, this string message. Wait a second, that doesn't feel right. Yeah, okay. So I'm just gonna call this dude here. So workflow logger, we don't need a workflow definition. We do need a log level, a string, and a message in args. So we're gonna have our literal here for our string. So if this is null, shit, man, what do? String.empty. Well, I guess I don't have to treat it like that, right? Because we're just outputting strings at the end of the day. So, damn, just solve that one. Now, so this is just going to be log, and then so this is singleton separated list. Argument and literal expression, syntax kind, constant. Anonymous method, arglist expression, arglist keyword. Yeah, I should read a C# spec, but it's huge now. Let's just say constant. There's a constant pattern. Yeah, let's try that. Maybe that will work. I don't know the difference of these. Enum? Ah, represents an enum. No, that's the enum keyword. That's the declaration of enum. Value? No. You know what? Let's just see. Roslyn argument list enum value. Remember access expression syntax? Simple member access expression. So we are a member access expression. So this is the member. This is the method name. The arguments here are I think it's this. I think we're a simple member access expression. So I think this turns into member access expression. So what we need is logger extensions.log level. No, log level dot log level. So we can't do that, but we got to do log level dot name. I think this will work. And this is actually going to be log Microsoft.extensions.logging.log level. So Microsoft. Extensions. Logging. What am I missing here? Member access expression, simple member access expression, identifier name, double parentheses, comma, identifier name, I don't get it. Why? Oh. Let's do this. Hold on. So this should actually just translate to member access expression. There's argument. What is a singleton separated list? Is that just one parameter? Yeah, I don't know. I guess I could try this. Let me take this and let's go to Roslyn Quoter here. Yeah, simple member access expression. Workflow logger. Oh, no. Okay. So yeah, separated list. That's where I was going with this. And log level, debug, token, comma token. That's what I was missing, the token. So our argument list turns into all right. Roslyn Quoter is great. Sure is. So enum.getName, log level. I guess we could just go log level. Nullable. Yeah. All So let's just. All right, so unknown value, and then we are so member access expression. So I want to fully qualify this guy here. So, but I guess I don't really need to. So name of log level. Name of logger extensions dot log, and name of workflow. Name of workflow logger. So this is going to be temporal dot workflow, and it's temporal IO, and this is temporal IO dot workflow dot log. Oh, workflow logger. I don't know, what was it? Let's take a look. Sure. All right, yeah. All right, let's see. So I have simple member access expression, comma, identifier name. Oh, yeah, here we go. That's our problem. So it goes 1, 2. I hate. Oh, we have to have 2 because of the name ofs. All right, so there we go. And then this one is 3. And then this one is also 3. But our with argument list. Is he 4? Yeah, he's 4. But then what's going on down here? We need one more. I guess we do. All right, so now we have our log level. And so while we're at it, let's just implement our arguments, right? So it's params, but it's just like object. Object. New and X. What do you know about all the filters going on here, huh? Let's see what's going on here. So we can ignore this. This is just like something to put us there. So there's our debug comma token, and then we need a comma token, and then an identifier name. So in order to do this, we need to put an array in there. So it means we need to build an array, but what if we were just to inline this thing? Oh, we're gonna have to build the array. Wait. yeah, we're gonna have to build this array. So it's probably better to choose params, right? But like, you know what? Let's just leave this out for now, because there's probably a better way to do this, and I just haven't quite figured it out yet. But I'm leaning towards that we're just gonna, like, what parameters would they be, right? Figure that out later. All right. So now we have a workflow logger. So we should be able to, there's no argument. Oh yeah. So this is going to be, let's find our logger. Let's test our logger function. So this is log level dot information, and hello from the body of, and we'll just use string concatenation for now, workflow definition dot name. All right, so now let's try our new handy dandy workflow logger function. Oh, what did we log before? I guess it really doesn't matter. So let's try this generator. All right, let's try and generate. Oh, I hate that. I have to fix that. My Stream Deck keeps putting in hyphens. Does that work? Let's see. Oh, this is new. That. Huh. All right. I'm down with that. All right, let's see what we generated then. So we generated this, and it appears to work. Yeah, and we don't like have any objects to pass in. So we would like pass in some literals or whatever, but string concatenation's okay, but then we fail with structured logging, but that's a whole other problem, right? All right, so we now have a logging function that allows us to log at different levels, which is great. And those are the types of like things that I'm talking about with composition. All right. So like great example is we can do this is a debug. Let's do it roach. Oh no. This font does not have that. Oh no, but it's okay. We can still get that in the console, right? So, oh, let me remove our asyncs task.from result. And I'm doing the other one and I'm going to run All right, so now I'm in the worker. So I'm gonna run a worker. Actually, I'm just gonna go. What line am I? What did I miss? 10 in Hello World. I forgot to save it, but yeah. All right, so now in execution, bin debug, bin debug 8. I'm just gonna, cause I gotta do this workflow. So I got that right. So like the logging should be server side. So we didn't get debug, but let's see what happened in temporal. 13, and I think this is this one. Right? Will that actually like do anything? Where is the log captured? If not in the console. Why do we get info and not debug? Oh, ha 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 ha. .NET set debug level in bar. Yeah, we have to set an environment variable. Ha ha ha, silly me. Silly me. Microsoft logging. Oh. Log level. Yeah. .NET run. Oh. How do you do this in PowerShell? Set. I don't know, but you know what? We can do it here. Oh, I've been working in Linux for too long. So set do. So we should see it. Oh, I forgot the worker. And then let's launch a workflow. There's our debug. We got debug there, but where is our log level debug? But that's like weird. Do we need to like rebuild? .NET run. I mean, it's there. We have debug. Weird. I guess it behaves differently. Is it different like log sync? Should that be getting picked up elsewhere in the temporal history? Like, is that now being emitted? History. Let's see. History. Input and results. If I were a log, where would I be? Started. Workflow. No task view. Task completed. Interesting. Where do these debug logs go? Where do they go? I don't know. All right, well, that's a problem for a different day, but maybe the answer lies in here. Logger factory create, builder, add simple console timestamp format. I mean, I feel like this just like isn't working, right? Oh, set minimum log level. But so we should just be able to omit that, and right, because we see this because extensions hosting, I guess, has a different logger with different configurations. So if we are here, I'm out of answers. I have no idea. No idea. Yeah, no idea. Anyway, doesn't really matter. Point is, like, the code is emitting properly and something's wrong with our logger, but that's a different thing. So that's not bad. All right. So now that we have that, let's go back to our thing. So now we can like emit some logging, and so we can easily see what's going on here. And it proves, does it prove that? Is it proving that? Yeah, it does prove that this works because we're getting our return statement, which is fine. So our return statement here, so this is different. So we'll leave that right now as the YOLO. And then all right, so we know what our input state looks like. So now we're gonna go in here. So now we've got to actually execute this logic. So workflow definition. Let's see how this actually it differs from the see how this differs. So we have start state name, states, timeout, try get start state. What? Oh, let's see what this sucker does. Oh, snap. It's like exactly what I had said. Like, this is the same logic. This didn't exist, I don't think, in the Go SDK. So like, yeah, it's the same thing. So start is not null. Then we're using the state name, start.state name. Otherwise, yeah, we try and get this thing. That's great. That is so great. That is so great. And I wonder like what else exists here. Schedule. That's awesome. Cool. All right. So if so this is our state, right? But let's see. So try and get start state. Let's look at this again. All right, so our state, so we can have an exception here, but that's okay. We're not at runtime. Well, we're at runtime, but for the generator. So we want to like fail hard right now. There's no sense in just hanging on to stuff for now. Like later on, we'll handle this stuff, but like for now, we're gonna get our state. All right. So I'm gonna try and all right. So if we we have a start state, right? But I don't know here. I wonder what happens if I do this in a switch, like pattern matching stuff. Switch. Can I do this? I don't even remember the syntax. No, but like the pattern matching, right? I don't know. I've been watching too many Rust videos lately. Gosh. All right. Anyway, let's just get down to business here. So, we're gonna have an exception if we don't have a start state, right? So, our get start state. If we don't have a start state, we get an exception because it's not defined, right? So if it's invalid value for the start state name, we get an exception. Otherwise, we get state. And if state is null, we're going to get false. So otherwise, we're going to get false here. So start state. I want to fail quickly. So try and get start state. Is that what that does? Nope, not a parameter. I want it. Yeah, no, so start state. And what is this guy? State definition. Yeah, so so we don't have a start state here. So this is, I don't know, application exception. Sure. Oh, can you be simplified? Yeah, no, that's not. I mean, that's a good try, but like, nah. Oh, look at that. I mean, that now we get a bug. What the heck is that, man? It has the caterpillar, but not the cockroach. All right, so no. All right, so that's our guy right there. So now we have our start state. So this is like our. All right, so check type of using pattern matching. I always forget the syntax. I guess that's technically start state is not events definition. No. So C# pattern matching switch. We want to switch on the type. That's what we want to do. We want the switch expression, right? I think that's what we want. This one. So we have is switch statement and switch expression. So, and then we want to match on type. So, I mean, I guess yeah. So, start state or state. Gosh, I'm so like tired and thinking and go. No idea. I mean, I want it to be like exhaustive switch statements. Like that's kind of what I'm looking for. So I guess it's start state. Yeah, I guess we're using switch. No. Yeah, I'll just do is inject state. Inject state. And I guess this just turns into switch. Yeah. Hmm. Yeah, so this is like syntactic sugar kind of a deal here, kind of thing, what I'm trying to accomplish. So I think it's going to be something like this, where we do state. So I want to actually like return the statement, right? So this is yield, can't type, yield return, switch, start state switch, and can I like do this? Oh yeah, hey, add a default case. Yeah, awesome. So like it doesn't know if it's exhausted though. I mean, this is just like, why would it suggest this? This is horrible. Try get state, get start state. I mean, I guess this kind of works, but like, Ew. Yuck. Yeah. Let's see. So let's just try this shit, right? Alright. So then I mean, is this what I do? And start state is inject. Wait, no, I don't need to know what kind of state start state is, and that's not what I'm doing here. It's not what we're doing. So this actually should just be process state. Yeah. Start state. So then process state is yeah, because this all runs like linear. All right. All right. So type state switch. So when type, what is this? Did we get match? Yeah, we did get. Oh, that's regular expressions. No. Yeah, no, I have to do this. I don't know what I was thinking. So if it is a inject state definition, like this isn't like exhaustive though, right? Like, because I mean anything can inherit from it, right? In space, I don't know, but all right. So I think this works for now. So we're gonna say hello from the inject state, and let's do the rest of the state. Delay state, event state, operation state for each state. Let's just let it go, and we'll remove the ones that aren't real. We did inject state, callback state definition. Yeah. Now we're going. We did delay state, isn't real though. State definition, event state definition, and delay. Delay state is a thing. It's like pause, delay, state definition, event state, extension state. I don't know what that is. All right, we're just gonna keep going. State definition. We have the for each, inject state, which we did, operation state, we did, parallel state, we did, sleep state is our one, right? Sleep state, that should be a straightforward one, I hope to implement. Termination state, no. State definition, We have switch. We have state data filter. It's not the right thing. Event state definition, state outcome definition. No, event state trigger definition. I think that's everything. Yeah, sure. I don't know. Start state definition. What is callback? Event state. Extension state definition. What is this? All right, so like, so this is kind of where we're going, right? So let's just comment these guys out. Yeah, so with this one, let's just do build inject state. And we need the workflow definition as well to be passed in here, because we need our full like context, right? And workflow definition. This is great because we could just like I wonder if I could do this. I wonder if that can work. Oh, you can't do that. Oh. I guess, can you just do like a yield? No. Oh, that would actually be really cool if you could do that. All right, so generate method. So like I wonder though. So statement syntax, what did we replace this with? Statement syntax. So we just need statement syntax here. Yeah. So let's comment these guys out because I'm not gonna do those right now. There's our list. All right, so this guy, we could just use yields all the way down and just abuse that. All right. Yield return. Nope. So how do we do this? How do we? Oh, we would have to like go in a loop, I guess. Inline process state. I guess we could just do this, right? But then we can't reuse it, but yeah, I guess this is our problem here, right? All right, so now all right. So what are we trying to accomplish here? So let's go back to our thing here. So we have to take, so this is build inject state. So this is actually inject state definition. So that's typed right there. And so state dot data. So it's actually an object. Okay, so like that's pretty cool, but that's not super helpful though, right? So if this is our inject state, we're reading the inject state. I wonder what this looks like. So what do we want to do? We want to create an object, right? Let's go back to Roslyn Quoter. Wonder, is there still a web browser in here? Didn't they used to have a web browser? I feel like they used to have a web browser. Yeah, no. Good thing they removed it. I think it was just the Internet Explorer control. Anyway, let's go back to Roslyn Quoter. And let's see this here. So, so we want to actually build a type. What does this mean? Like what are we trying to do here? We're trying to take an object from the state definition. I don't know what the shape is, so we'll have to look and see what that is. Then we have to actually just build it, right? So we need a function that builds objects. All right, so var obj or data, yeah, data. Var data equals new and then a equals 1, b equals that, and let's see. So this would be a statement syntax. So local variable declaration, right? So we have this anonymous object creation expression. And then we have to know, is it a number? Is it a string? There's only like 2 data types, 3 data types, 4 data types, right? Dates are strings, I guess. Missing token semicolon. Oh, yeah, that's actually pretty cool. They documented a missing token. All right, cool. This is trivial list here. So, whoa. Oh, that's really verbose. How would this even work? Oh. Yeah, definitely not as an expression, as a member. So this would be like yield declaration, I guess. I don't know. Statement. And I guess we're here, right? So this is how we would build an object. So we're going to need a function that is, let's just return this for now. Yeah, let's try that. Yeah, let's see. I'm wondering if you know what, let's try a little experiment here. Let's try this. make a C# function that builds an anonymous object. Oh, y'all can't see that. Huh. Okay, make a C#. Should take into account data types when building the expression. The input for the function is a object type, and the function should use reflection to find all the public properties and use that information to build the Roslyn statements. Function signature should be object to object statements, and the type should be object input. All right, let's see how this does. Come on, GPT-4. Wow, awesome. Let's see if this works, right? Let's see if this works. If this works, like, this is real cool. All right, so we already have this in our thing here. So let's put this right here. Create little expression. Just create little expression. Value. Oh, nullables. Okay. Var data. All right. Wow, is this gonna like really work? So we'll just do this for now. Do fix nullability. Yes. Do you think it's gonna work? I have no idea. This is exciting. State.data. What is this? Oh yeah, let's see. So this is our inject state. So this just gives us a variable that goes input into the next state. So let's just do this for right now. It probably won't compile, but we shall see. All right. This is gonna take like real engineering. Like hacking this together is great, but like I have to I have to like do a real design for this because this is just gonna become a mess of spaghetti. It already is like a mess of spaghetti. Um, but like for this kind of stuff, we're gonna have to. So like for example, we will um, we're gonna have to like in this case when we build the inject state, we're gonna have, I guess it's kind of like a stack. So, well, no, it's not a stack, but like, so the inject state's gonna produce this local variable, right? And it's gonna be an anonymous object for now. And this anonymous object, if the current inject state is the only or last state in a workflow, then that should be the return. But it's got to be, it's kind of like pipelines in a way. I don't know. I have to like really think about it. But something similar to that, something like that. All right. Anyway, workflow definition. So what do we? Cannot convert from state definition. Oh, I do this. Yeah, I guess I can. All right, so I'm going to set a breakpoint in here and let's set a breakpoint. And let's go. All right, so what is our input object here? Oh, it looks like it's JSON under the hood. Yeah, it's a JSON document. Awesome, great. Let's see how it does with reflection. Awesome. What change did I make? I mean, I didn't make a change. Oh, is it detecting a change in? It's detecting a change in the other project. That's great. Man. Oh, current debug. Okay. What happens here? So we get, what are our properties? Okay, so we have input object real great. Okay, unsupported type. Yeah, because this is an object. Awesome. 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 Of course it's an object. Yes. So for right now, we need to yeah, so if property dot So create little expressions. We're gonna just have to do this. Object j value object value. There we go. So this is literal expressions. We need to just take this down a bit, right? Expression syntax, statement syntax. Yeah, all right. Pattern is unreachable, has already been handled. Ah, ha, ha, ha. Thank you. Oh, expression syntax. Yes. How do you wrap? Yeah, let's see. Let's ask our friend ChatGPT. Handling object types in the object-to-object statement function is a slightly different approach. If the type property is object, it could potentially be any type at runtime. Therefore, you need a way to dynamically create an expression based on the actual runtime. You can modify create literal expression to handle this scenario. It's trying to get me to like make a method here. So it did actually just give me this, right? It did actually just say this, which is actually a pretty good one there. And then it did give me bool, which is nice. Bool. Go figure. It gave me the same exact thing. All right, so so it's telling me to use like a it's telling me to use to basically have a method that we call here that is an invocation expression. So let's see. I need to convert the statement syntax. But should this be a statement syntax? Well, that's what we need up above, right? And we need to wrap it. So to convert a statement expression to expression. Can't really do that, right? So this might actually work. So basically we take the initializer out of the anonymous function and the declaration. And so we should be able to just do this. What's going on here? Very possible null reference. So, I mean, yeah, but we're assuming we have valid C# code here, so. No, we don't want that to be nullable. So we'll just assume to do fix nullability. Let's see what this does now, right? Let's see. So we should end up with like nested initializers. All right, so our object to object. So we're in the second object, I think. There's no properties there. So it's like an empty object. So now we're extracting it. See, there's our deal. And that's what we got, right? I need to install the visualizer for the syntax stuff, the rosin stuff. Parameter count mismatch, yeah. Yeah, I think this may be actually easier than I thought. So it's using like the JSON stuff. I have the type data, I think, in the JSON, right? So, but if we're in this object, right? So object to object statements, so let's see. So if it uses JSON internally, creating a, so I guess what we really need is like JSON element to expression, which I think is a lot easier. So I think this is a lot easier than I thought it would be, because we're not really dealing with a lot of this stuff here. And to do fix nullability. Yeah, so so the JSON element to expression. So I think okay, we need to get like at the root of this, right? So I think when we are inject state, object to object statement, we'll hang on to this one for later because there's value there, I think. So this is actually just going to be all right, so instead of the object to object, we need to, using the reflection, we're going to have to do like a JSON version of it. Let's try this. Friend chat GPT. And this is JSON object to object statements. And this is actually going to take an input. So what do I do here? Do I just do as JSON document? Maybe. I don't know. I guess I just have to cast it, right? Maybe it's just easier to serialize it. Huh. Yeah, I think it actually just might be easier to do that, right? And just do JSON serializer dot serialize obj state dot data, and then just do like a JSON document dot parse or something. JSON document dot parse. Do we think this will work? We must, because ChatGPT said so, right? Set some stuff in here. So what did it give me? It gave me JSON element to expression, number, true object array. All right, so let's see what's going on here. All right, so is this like a thing? Did it work? Did I really get it? Hell yeah, awesome. So property.name result, awesome. This is exactly what we needed. All right, so value kind, string literal, element. I don't know how I'll put a null here. I guess to do fixed nullability, yeah, I have to actually use null. All right. What? 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 Oh. Now we're going gas. I mean, that's awesome. Another operation 9. Yeah, because we hit another state. What is this one? Yeah, because we hit another state that wasn't supported. Disable hot. Yeah, so that's fine. So for now, I'm just going to delete this other one. Actually, I'm just going to rename it. Dot ignore. Yes, and we'll delete this customer email one. All right, so let's see what we generated here. I'm excited. Are you excited? I'm excited. So yeah, it's everything we hoped and dreamed it would be. Haha, this is great. So I think what we need to also do here is eventually like add some comments to this, like just add trivia to stuff. Like add a comment, I don't know. But you know what? This is good for right now. We can figure that out later. So this is really great. So we have this type now, and we data dot. This is great. I mean, this is real great. This is super great. That is so awesome that we have this now. It's way better than the Go implementation. So now let's focus on the next step. So for our next trick, what we will do is all right, so now we say, so now we have to figure out our return stuff, right? So we have our start state, but that's, okay. Oh, so it's not scoped to just that like we would in the if statement. Yes, please. So then, how do we do this now? So we know our start state. We need to somehow propagate this forward start state into build return statement. So we know we need workflow definition in here. That's true. And we know the start state based on this. So do we have a variable called, do we need like a context object? I think so. Class context, workflow body context. All right. Now what do we need here? We need so we don't need to, like, we can just recompute the start state, but do we need current state? But how does that work with parallel states? Do we have a multiple contexts? Like, do we have a context in a parallel state? Is it really just like a child workflow internally? How are we doing this? You know what? We'll cross that bridge when we get there. For now, let's just do this. So we're working linearly from here. So I guess we need to keep it like last state written, because it's kind of like working like a stream, right? So we then process the state, we emit the start state, so that's the first state, and then start state dot next is our next state, transition to state menu. Oh, and they gave us a merge function. Awesome, that didn't exist before. Oh, and there was a to JSON document, but that's not there. So start state dot data dot. Oh, I'm curious. Is there a thing there for that? So process state, inject state. So inject state is really just about. So let's see. Just creates a local variable with static data for access in the next state. All right. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's great. So we make our variable there, and oh wow, it's 1:15. Didn't even realize. It's great progress though. How did I? Let me look at the Go code. How did I do this in the Go code? Let's see. I think I did it in like a loop or something. Processors. So for this, what I did is I had a context for the current state. So that's where that came from. And then I had a function called get next state name. And each one of the processors, depending on its logic, had that. So start looked like that. And Then I had like this general state processor to represent the base class. And we had a transition processor. Creates a new transition processor with the provided start component. Yeah, I think that's just a bad comment there. Okay, so we process transitions. So let's look at our start. I think it's the same thing because start's like this kind of special case, I think. Kinda. All right, so get next state name. So this just builds the inject state. So that just builds the variable, but that doesn't tell us where we go next. Nor should it, I don't think, right? Although maybe it should, because we know if we're transitioning to the final state, and then that solves our propagation problem. Yeah, I think that's the easy way. So if we just remove our build return statement from here, so let's just remove. So if this is our state, then I think we have to separate it into two parts. There's a part that actually does the work, which is in this process state. Then then I guess we're saying if end. Yeah, I guess that's kind of it, right? So we have a try get state, try get event, get actions, so we have a get start state, get subflow references. So this just gets a state by name. Yeah, so I think we're just doing the same thing here, right? And since we don't have to, since we're kind of linear here, right? So if we are process state, then this will never run. But so maybe this is start process state. This reminds me of like how the old text writers worked or like the tag writers in web forms, where it's like start H1, end H1 or whatever, or begin tag, end tag. And then, so we don't actually need this, right? So putting stuff in between just like is irrelevant, because this would actually be contained inside of these the state processing stuff, right? So when we look at the code in the workflow.go, find state, get next state name, and each one implements that. So our state, if we have a state, then this was just extra, is ordered state history, so I can keep track of stuff because it was dynamic, but we don't need that because we have code generation. We kept track of the prior state. Why though? Oh, for the filtered output. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. It's like kind of like a pipeline. It's kind of how I see it. But all right. So state set input. How did this work? Oh, certain things were like ignored. Okay. Yeah, okay. All right, let's try this. Yeah, now I'm curious. I want to see this real quick. To JSON document. Wow, I could have just done that. I wonder how this works. Oh, of course. All right. Yeah. All right. So, okay. So each thing is responsible for its own thing. So process state start. So let's just do the same logic that we had here. So instead of workflow, we had find state, start, get next state. So get next state. So this was for start. So that's our start state. Determine get next state or end. Yeah, I think that's kind of what we need. And this can just go back to process state. And this is going to do yield. Actually, and the reason why these have to write their own ends is because they have the output filters and all the stuff to mutate the state that went into them and whatever work that they did on the way out. So yeah, so yeah, so let's do this. Expression syntax. Expression. Or no, statement syntax. Statement syntax. And then start state. There we go. So
what you're going to hear about today is nothing short of a miracle.
So did I never call this? No. Where's get next state name called? Start test workflow. Oh yeah, that's outside of the loop. So here we are with start state.
Sound waves reaching the microphone are changed
What
into
is this?
impulses of electric current.
Oh,
It's the most tremendous
state
new
definition.
musical experience you can have.
Hit him with the rhythm in the face, push him way back. Work. Switch it.
No, there's no go-to state. God, that's weird. All right, so all right, so let's see what get next state name holds. So we call it get next state name on the state, which is this one, and this is going to be state processor, I think. And we use a transition processor to get the state name. Oh, hey, Scoop of Tom. Thanks for the subscription there, or the follow. Yeah, I do need to sleep. I am kind of tired, but I'm having fun. I've made a ton of progress here. Um, so, yeah. So, start state dot end switch. So I forget what these end definitions look like, right? Like end dot. So these are basically, the end is going to have compensation, which is a different state that does other things before it finally ends. They all produce events all the time, so that's work that needs to be done as part of the building of the return. Same with the compensation, I think. And then terminate means we should just end, I think. So let me see here. Terminate. Yeah. So in the Go code, I have like this process end. So here we go. Here's where I have like how we execute stuff. So the inject state is the handle state type inject. Which says state data filter, and then we evaluate expressions. So I don't need to worry about state data filters right now. And then execute state inject request. Oh, that's a with local. Oh, this is actually in the implementation. Yeah, no, this is actually in an activity, I think. Yeah, workflow.context. Yeah, this is inside it. So then inside of this execute, what are we doing here? So state type callback, compensation, state transition nil, and then state.end. Okay, so this is like the order of the stuff, right? All right, so get next state or end, and so this is not like this. This is basically all the states go through this at the same time, like towards the end there. So let's see. I just want to do the end for right now. So the order is state data filter. So if state this is actually state. So state dot state data filter. God, I hate that they use like null for all this stuff. So is not null, and state dot data filter data filter dot output. is not null. But you could put and here. Is that valid? We cannot implicitly convert string to serverless. Yeah. So like that solves it, I guess. But like, what's the difference here? So, oh, so this is a string. Output is a string. So this is actually, I'm like translating this Go code like word for word. So state data filter output, it's not null or empty, right? So string dot is null or it's null or white space, better one. And then, so we're saying that that's there. Then what we're gonna do is throw new not implemented exception for now, and we're gonna say need to handle state with output. All right, so yeah, so we've got our null or white space data filter output. Oh, look at that. Did it get that here? Filtered output. I mean, that's pretty darn close, right? All right, so this is if we have state, we filter it. Otherwise, the spec says that we that our output. I mean, this is like crazy how this comes up with this stuff. Yeah. Else, we're saying that our filtered output is our input. So output is our input. Yeah, what does that actually mean, right? So how do we generalize this now? Yeah, I am tired. Scoop of Tom. All right, so our output should be our input, and that's exactly the use case that we're doing now. We need to take the inject state and pass it to the output. So at this point, our end. So are we? Let's see. Execute state inject. Result next state name. And then how are we? What happens here? Execute local end. Error. It's error. Otherwise there. Yeah. No. So we need to go to internal server processors, and then let's just do the easy case right now. So here, if the state has no filtered output, the input is the output. So yeah, I guess this is this, right? State has no filtered output, then the input is the output. That's backwards, right? So we already know that we don't have an output, right? So the input is the output, and so our input, but we have our input, right? So yeah, All right, so I need to actually I need to fix the spaghetti. Yeah, I'm at a point where the complexity it's like hard to reason about here. And I'm probably gonna call it in about maybe 10-15 minutes. Time for bed. All right, so we've got, I'm just gonna make this thing return a return basically right now, and then I'll fill in the blanks later on. So we've got process state, build inject state, and okay, so we can build the local variable here. Let's make state or end. So state definition. So it's not the input filter, right? Because that's not what we're dealing with. So this depends on the input. So this is actually not correct right here. Let's collapse some of this stuff. All right, so we build our inject state here. We have our, this makes a local variable for us, which then, by the way, this is the process I went through with the Go version. I wrote the spaghetti and like learned what I needed to do and how to do it. And then I got to this point where I had to make it like testable and workable, which this code is not right here. None of this is at this point. So, all right, build the workflow body. So we're here, we get our start state. So we've got our next statement or end. So statement end. Var. So is terminal. You know what, I don't need to deconstruct these, so result. Sure. All right, so if is terminal. All right, so if it's terminal, then we're gonna build the return statement and we're golden. Otherwise, we're gonna process the next one, right? So process the next state. Begin our loop through all the transitions. Transish, I can't spell. So we hit a terminal state. All right, so I'm just gonna do this. And yeah, I'm just gonna, for now. So, oops, not there. So for now, this is just temporary. All right, so next state is terminal. All right, otherwise there. So if it's terminal, we got to build a return statement, and we're actually need to return a state here too, right? Let's see what we get. Next state or end, and so state, last state, state definition. And we're just gonna, from here, so throw not implemented, state has no filter. So let me look at the stuff that said, and oh, I just realized I forgot to switch back to Visual Studio, so that's probably been pretty boring for you. All right, so end, operation state. So here's the process end. Oh no, that's the processor after like I have the logic. That's the thing that called all that other stuff. So internal so processors, and then I have start, get next state. I just want to do the end, right? So we can do this here. We can do so I don't think this has a data filter, does it? Yeah, I think this is where my gap is right here. So it's not get next state or end. Process state has to return this. Like that's I think where I was falling short there. So process state. So let's convert this. Place conditional statements. And so then process state now needs to be this, and build inject state, which now has our inject state, because we're now working with our inject state definition. Just block body. And we're saying inject state data. So that's our inject state data. That's our statement that we need to return. And so does this work like in Go? No. Yeah, no. I was hoping it was like the return values. All right, so then return statement is terminal, and last state, which is going to be this state. All right, so our inject state data is right here, but this could actually be more, so I'm just going to leave that blank. Inject state, and then our is terminal. So now here's where we do this stuff. All right, so state dot end, so is end. So if state dot is end, state is end, then terminal is true. I guess I could just go like this, right? But there's more to it. And state dot is how is this set? If n value is null, one of, yeah. So if it's n definition or boolean, that's right, because n can be, all right, yeah, that kind of sucks there. So all right, so this actually tells us if it's a terminal state, if there's any conditions there. So if it's an n, then we bail out here. So this is return build return statement, and let's see how this goes. So our return statement I'm just gonna make this be string for now, maybe. No, I think it's JSON out. I think that's what, I don't know, let's see what temporal does when I give it JSON. But then I can't do a literal string expression, right? Be local. You know what? Hold on, I have an idea. So this is actually going to be more complicated than that. So we're actually just going to do object output, because this needs to basically, well, you know what? I'm making a decision here. It's going to be only JSON in and out, because when you return the string in temporal, what it gives you is a JSON array of strings. So that's what happens when you have an output of strings. So yeah, they already speak JSON, so we're just gonna do that for now. Output, and we're going to do a return statement, literal, not a literal. We're gonna go back to our Roslyn quoter for a second, and we're gonna do a return data. This is skip token trivia. Like, why? Is it because it's not important? Yeah, that's why. Skip tokens trivia. Yeah, no, that's not parsed correctly. Oh, Public string or object line func, and let's give that some more context, right? Yeah, return statement, identifier, name, data. That's literally all we have to do. All right. So this is identifier name. Actually, I don't even think I need this. Come on. What's going on here? Keyboard, you're acting crazy. All right, so var inject state equals. So our block is, our statement syntax is actually an array. It's actually an array, and then so we're an array, and we're an array here, and what we have to do is return statement. So this actually has to be did that work? Oh, statement syntax. Oh. Did this work? Yeah. I think this actually makes more sense now. State yeah, we don't need this anymore because this just made everything like simpler. And return. Oh, for each all right, if this terminal, if result dot is terminal, return, right? Or do you break? Yield break, right? Yield break. All right, and then what's our last one? We don't care about last state here, so we're actually just we could just so yeah, let's just do statements is terminal. No, I don't need to construct because I need all three, right? Potentially. So there we are. If it's terminal, then we're there. Let's see if this works. So ideally, we should end up with an anonymous object from our serverless workflow. We should have a object result hello world with a string, and since it's end, it should be a return, and that should be great. Let's see. Let's run the generator. Come on. Yeah, I didn't look at my errors here, my compilation errors. All right, so inject state. So JSON to object statement, state is end, inject state. Return inject state, true state, and otherwise we're inject state data. There's just multiple reasons why, I think. Wait, there's no point here, so just use this. And inject state data. Why is this freaking out? Oh, all right, and what other errors we got? Use parameter, lacks in await, could be missing, so we'll just do hello world workflow, and now we should be golden. So let's go to the generator. Hey, that worked. That is awesome. That is actually really, really cool. You know what? Let's mix it up a little bit. Let's I want to see how we handle the different data types. So let's get this here. So let's do age 10, date. What else we got? Cool. True. What other ones have we implemented? String, number, Boolean. True, false, array, number, object, string. Oh, array, false, number, object, string, undefined. All right, so let's. I'm pretty sure we just got it. Well, I guess this has to be an array. Yeah, I'll deal with arrays later. Right now, we're just. That's it. So then, lame, false. All right. All right. Let's run this generator again. All right. So that worked. Fuck yeah. All right, now I'm gonna remove that async. So I'll just right here, Visual Studio. So what do we got here? So, yeah, my return type. Damn, I have that hard coded. So what are we doing? Let's do an object, right? So we made the decision that everything will be an object. So let's go back to the generator and task string keyword object keyword. Yeah, let's just do that, right? And I'm gonna hit that generator again, and we'll see it all change here. So here's object, perfect, right? And I just need to remove that and just do task.from result because we're not actually awaiting anything here, and I haven't figured out how to do the oh well, that sucks. Is this like a way around it? No. But it let me do it for when I had an async. Disable that, still complain, task.delay. Interesting. So if you have an async method, that's interesting. If you have the async method, what happened? Did I lose my sound? Oh no. There's my mixer. Whoa, all right. All right, I guess it's working. Did I hit this button? All right, weird. So this is actually really strange. It lets you, so does this like compile? Let me try it in the, so that's all I did is I added that task.delay. So we actually await something here. So let's go to terminal and let's go to the worker. Let's run the worker. So this is compiling the generated code and running it and registering as a temporal worker. And then that just did an execution. Executing workflow. Oh, that sucks. All right, so what is it saying? Warning, failing workflow task, form a thread transfer task. Ah, yeah, non-determinism. All right, that makes sense. So non-determinism, I have to do workflow dot delay async. That's because it's non-determinism when I use tasks. I have to use their scheduler. All right, so that's the only change I made is add that one line here so that way magically it can handle returning anonymous objects. Weird, but all right. Who am I to judge? There's probably a reason for that. All right, so we're running the worker. Run the workflow. What? This works. This worked. Yes. I mean, that's really awesome. Like I'm thrilled with this. Like this is great. And we can actually go see it in the workflow history. So this is the one right here. So if we look at, our workflow started. Just the compact JSON. Oh, here's our event history. So this is that delay. Ha. All right. So here's our workflow task start. So here's our timer, which is our delay async. And this is where we resume execution. Look at that, man. Oh, snap. That's so awesome. This is the coolest thing ever. Yeah, I'm pretty sold on this, man. Pretty sold. Pretty sold.
What do you know about all the filth that's going on here, huh?
I mean, it's pretty freaking cool, I think. I think it's cool. I think that's pretty cool. All right. And that was way longer than 15 minutes. So what have we done? We have built a system that yeah, we've built a system that can take a serverless workflow spec supporting inject states types and will pass it to the output and execute it as a temporal workflow. All right. Well, I'm going to bed. Thanks for joining on this awesome journey.